We'll get started as soon as we get the thumbs up from our technology crew. All right, good evening, everybody. Thank you for your attendance. It's June 3rd. This is our Board of Education work session. I am going to go ahead and call the meeting to order at 6:04 p.m. Dr. Thomas, if you would conduct roll call for us.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Davis.
Here.
Ms. Gallagher.
Here.
Mrs. Davis. Dr. Yeager. Here. Dr. Dykeman.
Here.
Dr. Anderson. Here. Dr. Gant.
Here.
Attorney Hull.
Here.
And Dr. Maddox.
Here.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas. We have a quorum, and we have Dr. Yeager who is calling in. We will move forward with item 2, and that is to amend or adopt the agenda. The floor is open.
I move to adopt the agenda. Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Dr. Maddox and a second, was that by Ms. Davis?
Ms. Davis and Dr. Anderson.
Okay, okay. All right. We have a second by Ms. Davis. Are there any questions or is there any further discussion? All right, all in favor of adopting the agenda before us, if you would raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Okay, any opposed, the same sign. That motion carries. Our agenda is printed before us. Item number 3 are our informational items. 3.1 is our early Head Start report. Were there any follow-up questions or any additional discussion on this report?
I don't have a question. I do have a commendation. I really appreciate the information that was really packed in here with the resources that we can go to for additional information about initiatives across the nation in early Head Start and pre-K learning. So I mentioned that to Ms. Higginbotham. Thank you again for that concise report.
Okay, wonderful. Any additional questions or comments? Okay, we'll move forward to item 3.2. This is our Athens Community Career Academy report. Follow-up questions or thoughts, discussion?
I know a lot of work goes into it. So again, it was a really thorough report. I'm anxious to hear the progress on the CEO at some point.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Item 3.3, our SPLOS monthly report. Okay, if there are no questions or is no follow-up discussion, thank you all for those reports that you've provided. We'll move forward to number 4, and these are our board committee reports. 4.1 is our policy committee report. Dr. Yeager, I know that you also sent us an overview and a summary, hoping that Ms. Hull and Mr. Harris, if they have any updates to add at this point. I'm assuming that you would want that done now.
Sure, that'd be great.
Did everybody get a chance to take a look at the report? And are there any questions or additional information, Ms. Hull or Mr. Harris? Mr. Davis?
Yeah, from what I could gather from Dr. Yeager's report is that we actually have a kind of a section in tonight's agenda on discussing certain policies that the policy committees saw it fit that we discuss as a board. Am I understanding that correctly?
Dr. Yeager, were you able to hear Mr. Davis?
Just a little bit, I think I missed a few words. I understand he's speaking about the section 11, where we have 1, 2, 3 policies to discuss tonight. So yeah, this is new. Part of it is because some of these policies were just given to us and they must be passed by July 1st. So we had to bypass, I think it's an emergency. Maybe Mr. Pruitt is there. He could address the emergency nature of getting these passed in time for the July 1st deadline.
Okay.
And when you get to those policies, now one of them's been through policy committee already, GBIA, but there are others we're gonna need to, when you get to those, we can vote to suspend the rules, meaning we're gonna suspend the rule that it goes to policy committee and have public comment first.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Yeager. Okay, thank you, Mr. Pruitt.
It's just the two. It's 11.2 and 11.3 that we have to suspend the rules for. Sorry, 1 and 4 we're okay with. They have been through policy committee.
And that'll be next week. You don't have to do that to discuss it tonight. You'll have to do that in vote next week.
Okay, when we do the formal board meeting. Okay.
Oh, good.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Davis, did that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Any additional questions for policy? All right, we'll move forward with government relations.
Thank you. At our last Government and Community Relations Committee, Mr. Harris presented with the work of his department, and the skeleton of his presentation of the Office of Community Engagement and Strategic Partnerships is in the agenda. And I want to particularly call board members' attention to the last slide, which is board engagement. There were a number of things that we talked about in terms of the potential work of board members, both individually and collectively. And so clearly these are just general guidelines, and all board members should hopefully be willing to participate in the discussions and fleshing these out. And we will, as a committee, keep on doing it as well, obviously. But I particularly call your attention to, there's a wide assortment of work that Mr. Harris's office does, and it's almost completely dealing with with the community. And of course, our role as elected officials is that we are representatives of that community. And so it's perfectly fitting that that under the guidance of Mr. Harris and Dr. Thomas, that we actively engage with the community. And it's not that we haven't in the past. It's just the fact of a lot of times I think we've done so more on an individual basis and not collectively. We have had some involvement as a board, but not much. And so this gives us an opportunity to again, with the help of Mr. Harris and Dr. Thomas, be very supportive both of the work of the school district and also as a conduit of folks who in the community who may have concerns, questions, or whatever. Not that we know the answers, but that we can certainly in a very proactive way point to the direction of solving these issues. So anyway, I just call your attention to that slide, and and any feedback you can give me individually or the committee would be more than welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Any further discussion or feedback at this time? And Mr. Davis, I would imagine if people have additional like feedback or want to reach out and talk more about it, that they can just email you or give you a call? Or?
Yeah, that would be
Okay.
super.
Okay.
Or any of the other committee members.
Okay.
I guess one thing I would like to ask you, Dr. Gant, is that in terms of the committee structure, or is that something that we've got someplace else?
Actually, I have it under my president's notes for us to really just finalize. We've talked about it. We have the 2 documents, but just be sure that all of us are on the same page and look at the committees. And if we need to add or subtract somebody from a committee, I know this
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
We'll talk about it. Any additional feedback at this particular time or questions for Mr. Davis? Okay, we'll move forward with item 4.3, Property Committee, and then also 4.4. Ms. Davis?
Thank you. So the property committee needs to have a meeting, and so I will be in touch with the members to see if we can do that possibly next Tuesday, which would be really ideal, around 4. And that's important. So that means that something's come up that we really need to address. And the finance committee, I've had a request from one of our members that we should schedule our meeting that we postponed because of the budget hearings. And so I will get with Mr. Schoeneman and Dr. Thomas to see when we can actually get that finance committee meeting rescheduled. I feel like we've had a lot of finance in the last few days. And so I think we finished the last meeting today with the millage rate hearing. And so, yeah, there are some things that committee members want to bring forward. That's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And so that covered 4.3 and 4.4, right, Ms. Davis?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We'll move forward to item 5. These are our board and community reports. Athens Area Community Foundation, were there any updates?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay. All right. Our Community Oversight Committee and SPLOS report, any questions? Points of discussion around the information that was provided? All right. Oh, go ahead, Ms. Davis.
I'm excited. We're moving.
All right. We will move forward to item 5.3. And this is Envision Athens. And I probably should have asked this before, Ms. Davis, and you may cover this. I tried to follow the conversation with you, I think, and Mr. Pruitt, maybe, related to changes, and maybe even Dr. Thomas. I don't know if you'll cover that in your update, but I don't know what implications that has for us. I think I saw some type of date. It was time sensitive as well.
Thank you. That is the Envision Athens Implementation Oversight Committee, and I did share the email that came to that I sent to everyone explaining where we are in that position. It was an attempt to, and it still is ongoing, an attempt to answer some questions about how the organization sustains itself long-term. And to do that, the plan is to pursue becoming a nonprofit organization. And to do that, in order for me to participate in that discussion, I really need the board's input, because we've not ever been a part of a discussion where we're, as a school district, creating a nonprofit with other entities. And so I felt like that's something that the board needed to discuss, and I would get with you to have that as an agenda item at some point for us to talk about that. I'm slowing down because I don't have that urgency coming from the IOC to meet that July 1 date.
Oh, okay.
And
Okay.
so if that
Okay.
comes back up, then I'll definitely be back in touch for us to maybe have a called meeting to address any concerns that we might have with that.
Okay. Okay.
But Envision Athens is doing great. We are moving along. We did vote to increase or give a cost of living increase to our coordinator, who has done a phenomenal job with us. And so that is the only action that we have that I think requires the board's attention, is just the plans to move forward to become a nonprofit and concerns that you may have with that.
Okay. Any just sort of preliminary thoughts about that Ms. Davis can be thinking about? I know you mentioned like once you get a more hard and fast date, you'll follow back up if it's something that we need to discuss, but
Let me share this to maybe stimulate thoughts on it, and do by all means share any feedback that you have, but it's something that we as a group will need to address. The concerns that IOC members have expressed were, we didn't want to become a nonprofit and compete with the agencies that we're working with to implement the 20-year plan. So that was the main deterrent why we didn't do that. However many years ago we started Envision Athens. And so we can handle that certainly in the bylaws to make sure that we stay within the boundaries of implementing the 20-year plan and overseeing that plan. And so that would be the one thing I would want the board to be able to look at before we even talk about taking a vote on that. The only other concerns that I heard out of the IOC is the representatives from like the University of Georgia and some of the other governmental institutions that are run by boards other than the active board aren't empowered to make that decision. And so I didn't feel empowered to make a decision or to make a vote to commit the school system to something that would be very different from what we've experienced in the past. And so that's my only hesitation. The value of Envision Athens, I can't tell you how critically important it has been for us to have built a 20-year plan 5 years ago now, I think, and had, I don't know how many community meetings we had, but we came up with 600 different things that this community, the Athens quality of life people, thought were important for us to implement in our community. And so having done that due diligence in collecting that information, then we parsed that down into 114, I believe, initiatives. And those 114 initiatives are now being pursued under 14 different categories. And so what has really been very helpful is to see all of the players at the table. And I get real excited when I see CCSD in so many spaces. We're in health, we're in safety, we're in education, and we are leading this community and listening to this community's concerns about what we do and how we do. And so I think that to not have that organization is to have the experience that other communities have, where they build a 20-year plan and sit it on a shelf and hope that somebody hits it somewhere along the line. So I cannot stress the importance or the urgency I feel in making sure that Envision Athens stays operational to actually do that, to put the implementation plan in action. So these meetings that we have are open to the public, and so any organization can join at will or come in at will. There's no cost to participate. It's you running your government, telling your community what you want to do and having an influence on that. The safety piece is really, really hot right now because of the problems that we're having with significant drug overdoses in the community. And they rolled out and I can't pronounce that drug, but it's a free drug to help save somebody's life immediately when they're experiencing an overdose. And they have naloxone, I think it is. Yeah, they have proliferated that throughout different agencies in the community. And I think that was a major, major win for us. It's nice to be in a place where you have the judges, the lawyers, and everybody engaged in the criminal justice system, also engaged in safety, and to have those conversations so that we feel like we are touching every part of this community. So I cannot again stress my support for continuing a relationship with Envision Athens, because I think again they can be one of our conduits as well.
all right. Thank you, Ms. Davis. Any questions or ideas or discussion? Okay.
We're gonna have another meeting to discuss it, right?
I'm guessing from my understanding, particularly as they decide to move forward with pursuing the nonprofit status. And that will have implications for, I think, for our district as well, as mentioned in the email, communication. So I would think so. But if you have some ideas now or some thoughts, feel free to share them.
It wouldn't come out right. I'll save them.
It's okay.
You sure?
It's a community effort. It comes
Okay.
out right. We're good.
All right. Well,
I do have a question, and it may be for Mr. Pruitt. So I know since those meetings are open, is there any problem if a quorum of the board were to show up and participate in those meetings?
There could be if you show up and participate. It's open. The best practice would be for a quorum not to be present here. If you do happen to find yourself with a quorum there, I would encourage you to just listen and talk. Other than Ms. Davis, of course,
Thank you.
And Aaron Barger and our chairman for the IOC are more than happy to come and meet with the board, if that would help. If that would be the audience that you would want to have a discussion about this with, just let me know that, and we'll get that scheduled as well.
I want to say that came up before, but I could be not remembering it correctly. If it was this past year or at some point we discussed possibly having
We have
envisioned.
them come. Aaron came and spoke to us at
okay.
the board meeting. I think, thank you, Dr. Maddox. I'm like, I think I'm making that up, but she
Okay.
did. She came pre-COVID.
Okay.
And so I think anything pre-COVID, we've kind of lost
Yes.
count
I have
of
no memory
in
before last
time.
week.
Yes, but
Oh,
yes,
okay,
but she
okay.
did come. I remember her
Okay,
standing here,
gotcha.
and yes.
I see. Okay. All right. Well, certainly share any, any thoughts or any feedback that you have. I would encourage you to reach out to Ms. Davis and share that. And of course, when we discuss it again and it comes back around, to share it at that time as well. The Georgia will move forward to item 5.4. This is the Georgia School Boards Association. Mr. Davis, the only thing I was over here trying to look up is I know that the conference is June 11th and 12th, with the pre-conference being the 10th. I won't be attending, and I don't think I ever followed up with Ms. Davis. I know we're not voting during that meeting, so the delegates are not. I think that's going to be at a later time. But is there anything I'm forgetting of like significance that we need to? I think 2 people are attending, Dr. Anderson, and are you attending the
Ms.
GSBA?
Gallagher.
And Dr. Ms.
And Ms. Gallagher, okay.
Dr. Gallagher.
I mean, I think there was a voting of officers, I believe.
At the, you mean at the upcoming conference?
I think. I was trying to check.
But that's different than like when we vote for positions and the one I need to attend and represent the district, right? At least let's hope it is.
Yeah.
Or Ms. Davis. I mean,
Say that again.
Yeah, let me circle back around
Okay,
with that.
okay.
I've kind of got out of the
that's
loop.
okay. I should probably know. It's just in my head. I thought I read somewhere where they would.
I
be
know
doing
they're separated, but
Okay.
I don't know how far they're separated.
Okay. Okay.
It's not the same time. I know that.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Well, yes. If you
So
could.
if it's something I need to attend, certainly let me know. I'll be more than happy to.
Okay. I think it could be good. I mean, it is like, I think next week, so I'm sorry, or the week after, but I do think it's good. I know with Ms. Gallagher and Dr. Anderson being there, but like, just sort of, although they're not going to be doing the voting, just to have, one of us there, if you can. And I don't know what that means. Dr. Thomas, I think there's professional development funds left still in
Yes,
this,
I'm looking at Ms. Palmer, but
in
I'm
this
sure there
fiscal
are.
year for.
Yes.
Okay, so again, if you're able to, I do apologize for putting you on the spot, and if not, then we can ask Ms. Gallagher and Dr. Anderson to, take.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
some
I mean,
notes
one thing,
for us.
in terms of the positions, there are things that we really do need to talk, at least individually among ourselves. I mean, like, for instance, one policy change is that GSBA is currently advocating for nonpartisan elections of school board members, but there's there's some that are moving to make them partisan, and so it would seem like that would be something that, you know, we should, I mean, I don't have I could listen to both sides of that debate, but I think it's something that, you know, we don't want to just slough off either. Not that we're trying to, but and there's another significant policy change that is being pushed that I can't think of right this moment.
And that's on the agenda for the conference?
No, that's for the vote of the legislative
Okay.
Mhm.
That
proposed
executive
changes.
session that they
Yes,
have?
yes.
And maybe we can circle around, because if it is something that we need to discuss, we probably should be doing that, you know, try to do that before it happens. And I'll circle back around because I may need you to attend that in my absence as well. Ms. Palmer?
June 23rd, and where now?
Virtual. It's virtual.
I don't get to go to Savannah? Okay. All right, great.
So if we can, the three of us can talk and just figure out what that means. I don't know if that means we may need to try to have a call meeting or with government relations, since I mean, I don't want to step over into that, but
We have to do a poll.
yeah.
Yeah.
But we definitely need to talk about the positions, because whoever goes, if it's myself or Ms. Davis, if you're able to attend the one on the 23rd, you know, you'll have to basically represent the board's position on
Right.
those. And so in order for us to have a, you know, position on it, we'll need to take a vote or discuss it. And
Yeah, I don't think we could just do a poll. I think we would have to fit it in some kind of way.
Okay.
So that it seems like that may be more time sensitive for us to circle.
And I am here from now on, so I can get back involved in it.
Okay. All right. Thank you all for that. The board president's report, I have many, many notes that I've typed to myself and then lost them again. So I just jotted them down here. The SPLOS 6 presentation, Ms. Palmer did send out an invitation or a poll. So if you're able to attend that, please go ahead and reserve or reply. Mr. Pruitt, do we need a quorum at that meeting? The SPLOS 6 presentation that's going to be on June 8th from 5 until 7.
No, my understanding is no votes to be taken at that meeting. It's just a community presentation, so, yeah.
Okay.
No vote required.
Okay. All right. And so if you would reply back and let, you know, if you are planning on going, let Ms. Palmer know. I'll save committees for last. Just to note that we will be receiving our self-assessment, so it will be launched soon. So you will be, you should have gotten, our new members should have gotten an email that probably seemed rather random about maybe Assembly. And for those of us who completed the self-assessment before, we should be able to use our same login. But just as a reminder, this month will be the month to complete that. And then towards the end of the month, our GSBA trainers will take that information and they'll prepare it for our July retreat. And so that's really a significant portion of our retreat, in hopes that it'll provide some feedback about our governance. But then also, if you recall the Cognier report, that was one of the several directives that we conduct a self-assessment twice a year. And so we'll be sending that out at some point before the weekend is out.
Sorry. We'll get an email.
Mhm. Yep, you'll get an email. It'll be very similar to the one, I think, from last year that I sent. So very similar. Just say, hey, it's ready. It is the short version. Again, this year, we sort of went back and in the conversation with GSBA, they thought just because of the sheer number of members and because we have already gotten a start, that we could still get enough valuable information. And then also, Dr. Thomas and Dr. Maddox, I'm not sure, but I want to say with the survey, I want to say that is it was created after the shorter version as well, but I may be wrong.
I think that's right.
Okay.
I'm not 100%.
Okay.
I think that's correct.
Okay.
I know we discussed that.
Yes.
That was the discussion,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. So it is a short version. And feel free to add any additional information. Truly, we really go through all of the qualitative information, I mean, as well as the quantitative information, but a lot of the qualitative information. Also in there, you may be able to see the self-assessment from the last time, and you'll be able to see any themes or progress even. And so if you have any questions or have any issues with, accessing it or just any general questions, feel free to reach out to Ms. Palmer or Dr. Thomas, I should say, or myself, and I can try to point you in the right direction.
So Dr. Gant, our time on the 17th is really just personal time when we were going to have our PL.
Of this month?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Right, that's
Yes.
time that can be used if people choose to do the self-assessment.
That's right. We do not have a physical meeting this month.
Ms. Palmer and I were trying to make sure we were correct on that. Okay.
Yeah, we decided to dedicate this month to that, and then July would be our retreat. And then, of course, at the retreat, we can make the decision about professional development over the next year. And so we are not meeting, but you can use that third, it just depends on how you work. You can use that third Thursday to go ahead and complete the assessment. So yeah, no professional development. The call meeting, I do apologize for the confusion that I caused in my email. I realized I said, I think board meeting and work session. So I may have had people thinking that we were meeting today at 4:30, and I really meant next week. So I did want to confirm with you all, based on our last conversation, we talked about the importance of basically being able to review the strategic plan in one package. And that is in addition to the priorities and goals and objectives that I think you all may have voted on last month when I was absent. But being able to see all of it together, so that includes the initiatives as well as those measures, which are critical, the measures in particular for one of our very significant roles, and that is evaluation of the superintendent. And so to that end, we do need to schedule a call meeting. And so that's some of the context there. Will next Thursday at 4:30 work? What do you all feel about that? Do you think that's enough time? Do you feel like we need to do it on a different day? We were just sort of thinking if we're already going to be here, trying to knock it out then, but.
On the 17th? The 10th, okay, never mind.
Yes, next Thursday, Ms. Hall. Let's see.
Did we not already add something to that Thursday?
The strategic plan.
I'm sorry, you're saying you think that was the thing?
Yeah, that's what she was saying.
Okay.
I don't think there's anything else
I
on
don't
that.
have anything else on my calendar.
Okay. So does next Thursday at 4:30 work? Do you want a different time? Is that enough time? What are you thinking? Okay. Okay. Dr. Maddox, Ms. Hall, Ms. Gallagher, Mr. Davis, and Ms. Davis. All right.
Not
What
been
was
my
that?
experience that it's short.
What was that?
It has not been my experience that it's a short session, so I don't know.
The hour and a half feels short.
It feels short.
Okay.
is so I guess we need to be clear on the purpose. I thought was from the evaluation PL we received was just for each chief to give an overview, which has already, the initiatives have already been shared. So
Right.
just to give an overview again of those initiatives and the related performance measures, and just to be able to answer any questions. So there's no new information, and it's information we've already discussed.
Okay.
So it's
Right.
nothing new being added. It was just kind of an opportunity for you all to be able to engage with each chief, rather than, I think we kind of laughed the last time about me having to be like
Mhm.
the
The representative for that
right,
area.
and study and quiz by them. And rather than doing that and having a meeting, they could do that a lot more expeditiously than I could, and just be able to answer any questions like, what does that assessment entail? What would that survey entail? But more just to be able to ask any questions related to what we've already reviewed. So it should not be dense, really more of an
I'm smiling.
It should not be, but you never know, Ms. Davis, we never know.
I'm
But
good.
if I think an hour and a half
Okay.
should be sufficient to allow us to cover that. It's
Okay.
5 areas,
Okay.
so.
I was just gonna tell your cabinet that you did a really good job. They prep you very well.
I should be proud. I represented you.
All right, so
I
I'm
read my notes
getting
well.
the general consensus that that's okay. If there are any, of course, additional questions and things like that, as always, just reach directly out, particularly since we have all of the pieces
Yes.
now, I think. But
Mhm.
I wasn't at the last meeting, so, and I know we spent some time because I was in the wrong document 2 times. So, but I think we have
We
all
can
of the
send that
pieces.
document again tomorrow, Ms.
Okay.
Palmer. We can
That would
send
be
the
great.
correct one, and then
Yeah.
that way, that allows everyone to have almost a week. If you have any specific questions that you think may require more time, that we can come prepared to answer for you. If you can get those to us, ideally by like Tuesday morning, so that people can have an opportunity to get responses together by Thursday. If we could get it by Tuesday at noon,
Okay.
that would be good. And we'll get that out tomorrow, just the one clean copy, so everyone knows. You don't have to click and look anywhere else for it.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, because I was all in. I mean,
It's
I had
okay.
questions probably from 2 years ago. I was like, wait, what is this? But yeah. So, but yes, to reiterate, yes, the goal is for that to be shared and it to be all in one space, so that we can sort of really begin to align, what our questions are in our work with where it fits in like this big picture plan. Ms. Gallagher, you mentioned whether you can call in. I think so, Mr. Pruitt. I would say Dr. Yeager, but I don't know if you have access, or Ms. Hall. I think you can call in twice in a year, right, according to our policy.
That's actually state law. So you participate twice in a year without any reason whatsoever. More than that, you can't do it on certified.
I want to save mine.
Okay. 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 You want to, so it would another
I'll be in
time?
Savannah. I'll be at
Right.
the conference.
It's work related, right? It's
Yeah.
work related.
Wait.
I'll be
wait.
at the GSBA conference.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Both of you. Oh, okay. Well, you can be like, you don't have to, you can be absent. It's just that if you want to participate,
I do
this
wanna
would count.
participate.
But it sounds like you want to participate too. So
But I don't want to lose like my get out of jail free card to because
you're
I'll
doing
be at a
your duty
conference.
right at the conference.
Right.
So, Mike,
I mean,
is that one of those excuse things that she doesn't take a penalty for?
No, it's,
Well, but what I can say is, if you want to tune in, listen, you just can't call and can't vote. And that might be the worst of all worlds.
Right.
yeah. And so it's up to the board. Again, it's fully up to the board. If you all think having this at a different time would be better for the full board.
You can just
I
chat
don't-
to me.
Yeah, and I don't think the YouTube chat thing is going to be open. I don't think we have that open for,
I'll text Nicole.
okay, all right, perfect.
And you can look over it before you leave and you can get with
That's
me and
right.
get me your
That's
questions
right.
before you go.
That's right. Okay, so just to confirm that we will do the call meeting for strategic planning next Thursday at 4:30. All right. And then next to last thing, I'm so sorry I'm taking up so much time, but we need to finalize that second day of our retreat. I think I sent out an email asking if we could start at 12 because I'm unavailable, but I also mentioned that I can also come back and watch and it still count as a full board training. And I can't remember where we left off. I think there may have been one person that didn't work for, but if we can sort of finalize that, if we're going to start at 9 or if it's okay to start at 12. Or if it's your preference to start at 9, that's fine too.
What's the date again?
Is it the 15th and 16th or 16th and 17th? 15th and 16th. So that's 16th, because the 15th, we're going to do the evening, our normal evening time, 6 to 9. But that 16th, we were wanting to start early. And after that meeting, I just went and checked my new schedule and I'm unable to attend. So I asked the board if they could do later.
We're talking June or July?
July.
Okay.
It's July 15th and 16th. And if you have a preference or if you're not available at 12, that's totally fine. Dr. Maddox did agree to help, I think, facilitate that. Yeah. So it's really not that big of, yeah.
So, Dr. Gann, is that something that I can participate in virtually? I didn't realize I will actually be out of the state and I don't want to put it off.
You'll be out of the state on the 16th?
I'll be leaving the 14th and won't be coming back until the 17th.
Okay. Let's think through this as a board. I know we cleared those 2 dates, and in order to do whole board training, I think you can participate virtually. I think you can participate up to 2 times, and as long as you're there, it counts as whole board training. Or if you're not able to come, I would have to go back, Ms. Palmer and Dr. Thomas. I don't know if you remember, but I think you have to like watch it and like, I don't even know if you have to sign off with somebody, either Dr. Maddox or myself, that you've seen it for it to count as whole board training. So yes. So does that date still work for you? Or do we need to be thinking about a different time as a board? I don't want anyone that wants to be here in person not being able to be here.
Can you just say again what the times on the 15th and 16th are currently?
The 15th is 6 until 9 p.m. And the 16th is what we're trying to confirm if we're going to do 9 or 12.
I'm fine at any time on the 16th.
I'm good either time.
Okay. Ms. Gallagher.
Yeah, I'd rather start at 12 and go later if that's possible.
Okay. Dr. Darkman. Okay.
Which time? How long on the 16th? So if it starts at 12, how?
I'm guessing around 4. I
Okay.
hope to have our
Yeah, then it doesn't
agenda.
matter to me.
Let me ask this. I know there was some preference that night on the 15th, we'll have, I think we had talked about this, that there was preference for this to be in person. Is that still everybody's preference, or because we'll have, 2 members that are not here, do we want to try to do this particular meeting online? And Mr. Pruitt, are there any like legal ramifications if we do that?
No, I mean, we're still under emergency
Okay.
So, I mean, the restrictions are getting lesser. It's still a public health emergency. So you
Okay.
still need virtual.
Okay. Okay. Is there a preference for you all? I know, like I said, what does the board prefer?
I think if we can't all be here, it might be better to do the virtual.
Yeah, I don't want y'all to do any games without me.
Okay. Would everybody be okay with virtual? We just want to be sure that the board, at least the consensus, is okay with how we move forward.
And this is totally this particular training is going to be feedback on our assessment and
Mhm.
yeah, virtual is great.
It will count as our retreat, and so we will have a team building exercise, probably the like one of those nights, maybe even two, and then have some miscellaneous things like setting our professional development, as well as topics for professional development, because we still have topics that we haven't been able to cover quite yet that the previous board had. But we've had to sort of prioritize cognia, what's needed for effective board governance. So most of it, however, will be dedicated towards the self-assessment.
I just feel like it's a whole board thing, and so if the whole board is on equal footing, it feels more whole.
Okay. All right. So I have the 15th from 6 until 9. We'll do that virtually, and the 16th from 12 until around 4, I think, virtually. Okay. Okay. All right. That's right, because we normally don't meet, but the past couple of years we have. Yep.
I
Yeah.
also think it can put a strain on Miss Gallagher having to deliver treats to all of us. I don't know if that's exactly fair, but if she's willing to do it.
I have a coupon from Uber Eats.
Miss Gallagher, all right. So we are confirmed for that time. Okay. So please go ahead and mark your calendars. And Dr. Thomas and Ms. Palmer, I think will send us out any additional invitations.
So the 16th, we decided
We decided the 15th is virtual from 6
6
till
to
9,
9,
and the 16th is virtual from 12 until 4.
12 to 4. Okay. To make sure I have that correct.
All right. Is that a go for everybody? All right. And then lastly, our committees. We need to finalize our committees. We've talked about this during our retreat. We've talked about it at different times. If you remember, there is an updated committee document. The names of the committees have shifted and changed. There's also been conversation around if there really is a minimum or an ideal amount of people to be on the committee. So I am going to direct your attention to a document that was shared, and this is our 2021 board committees. If you take a look at that document, it has the new names for the committees. Are there any adjustments? So two things. We need to finalize this committee list. I know feels like we've done it 3 times. We finalized it and then said, wait a minute, but we're done with the significant amount of like policies. We had a lot of policies that we needed to go through, and we had decided as a board that we would make these changes after that work was done. So we are at the place where we can make those changes. So we need to confirm the committees and also confirm the date on which this will take effect. And also keep in mind, according to our policy, I think it's January that we'll be doing this again. It was only delayed this year because we were sort of in transition. So are there any changes? I was telling Ms. Palmer, I don't think I signed up for the policy committee, the new one. And so if I can be removed from that committee.
How many committees are required to serve? Because also was going to remove myself from the policy.
I don't think in our policy that there's not a minimum number, is it, Ms. Hull, Dr. Yeager, Mr. Harris? I don't think there's a minimum.
There is not that I'm aware of.
Might scroll down to accountability.
It helps to have 3 as opposed to 2.
Okay, so Dr.
In terms
Yeager
of
mentioned
quorum.
that it helps to have 3, and I know Ms. Davis had mentioned that as well, that 2 is not ideal. So,
Property and finance are now one? They're merged?
yes. So that was decided during our, is it February or January retreat? There was general consensus that I think that these would merge and that these generally are aligned to the strategic plan.
So can I stay on that one?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I would like to be,
Names that were passed in the board, I'm highlighting in red. These are the names that are correct for the policy we passed last month.
I can understand her.
Okay. Yeah.
She's changing it as it happens right now to the policy committee, the committee names that are actually in the policy that was passed. They were just slightly off. Yeah.
All right. So that's fiscal responsibility, government and community relations, policy, and then accountability. And in parentheses, you sort of see what the old names of the committees were.
so are we limited to one per? I mean, because I would like, I was on the policy committee and I got off so that,
Great, because I like being moved for policy.
So you could.
Okay. So Ms. Palmer, Dr. Maddox would like to be removed and Mr. Davis would like to be added to policy.
And Ms. Gallagher had asked to be added to fiscal
Oh,
responsibility.
okay. Okay. Sorry about that. Ms. Gallagher wants to be added to fiscal responsibility. All right. And so if everyone can take a look at the committees you are on and speak now or forever. Oh, your peace. This is what from accountability.
I think about my time.
So I was thinking about moving to that one.
Okay, all right, there we go.
All right. So Dr. Yeager.
Yeah, I'm on government regulation. Greg will work me, that's probably where I need to stay, it's right there.
So just to be clear, so Ms. Davis, you're rolling off of Envision Athens, or will we be there together? I'm hoping
No,
that you
I'm
say the
totally,
latter.
I'm ready to roll off if you're ready to assume that role.
Oh, thank you.
All right. And I guess it's possible for with that, like if Ms. Hull is taking your place for them to sort of attend together for a meeting or two just to figure things out, or no?
Sure, that's
Oh,
fine.
okay.
I mean,
Okay.
it's inevitable, it's a small community and a lot of people are involved in multiple
Okay.
boards. So, again, just, if you have to show up, other board members, if you have to show up, just watch a meeting, you look around, and 4 or more others of you there.
Mhm.
Probably just sit.
Okay.
Or leave.
let me,
So Nicole is gonna definitely be Envision Athens, woo,
Okay.
they're looking forward to it.
So Ms. Hull is on Envision Athens. I still have Georgia School Boards Association. Ms. Gallagher has a parent advisory board, although I feel like there's some work that we've talked about around that particular committee and having rotating people, but I don't know where parent advisory board is right now, like with the status of like their meetings and stuff like that.
They have not met face to face nor virtually that I've been aware of. I know Mr. Harris had talked to Mr. Boyd a while back, but they currently have not been active.
Okay. And so that one sort of, we have Ms. Gallagher there, and if at some point we want to revisit that, because I do think we talked at one point about rotating,
One time it
so.
was a rotating thing,
Yeah.
so that everybody got a chance to feel that pain, or to spend time with the the parent advisory board, because it's supposed to be all of the schools represented in that space.
So who's the point of contact for the
For
parent?
Superintendent.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, kind of the history of that um, is that, you know, Linda's right. We did rotate, and I guess it was the feeling of the board that we were like an afterthought, so to speak. I mean, the focus was always the superintendent. It was like the superintendent's hot seat in the past. Now, it may not be that way now, but anyway, and so we were kind of the fifth wheel.
We had just started the rotation just before COVID, and I went first,
Okay.
and I went to one meeting, and then they didn't have them anymore. But when I went, I don't know how it's been in the past, but they were very like welcoming and happy to have me there. So I think that they're very open to having board members.
So you think it's a good thing?
Yeah, and I thought it was
Okay.
helpful to hear what they had to say as well. So I think if it starts up again, it's nice to have a rotation.
And so maybe, Ms. Gallagher, if you can be the point person between you and Dr. Thomas, and that way, once it starts back up again, if you don't mind attending that first meeting, but then just helping coordinate, you know, reach out, send an email and say, hey, you know, Lakeisha, I need you to attend February. Ms. Davis, I need you, you know, that type of thing. If that feels okay, is the board okay with that?
I think you guys said, well, in the past it was a calendar, and then if you couldn't make it, you had to swap with somebody so that
Okay.
we don't have to have that extra work on.
Okay. And certainly if you want to do that, if you want to create a calendar and say, sign up, that's fine too. We just have you as the point of contact for
Well,
that.
they really want this. Okay, I'm fine.
Oh, what was that, Ms.
I was
Davis?
gonna say it was the superintendent that kind of leads that, but okay.
The what now?
It was kind of that, the board and superintendent that came in tandem. Because we didn't
Okay.
get to come at the beginning of their meetings. Now, I don't know, were you able to go at the beginning of the meetings? They had their business meeting first, and then they invited the superintendent in and the board member in later.
I can't remember.
Yeah.
It was pre-COVID.
Sounds like you had a great experience.
Yeah, no, I thought it was really useful.
When I served on parent advisory, during that time, they both came during the whole meeting. I think it was
I don't know when that was.
Yeah, I think it
during the
was
time that Dr. Lanu was
probably
here, it
8
was
years
definitely
ago,
not that.
8, 9 years
And
ago.
I've done both.
Yeah.
They've had me in at the beginning, and then I think twice they've asked me to wait for a few minutes, and they've come and got
Okay.
me. So.
Okay. Well, I'm sure they'll let you and Ms. Gallagher know what their preference is, and then the board can fill in as needed or requested. Okay, I do apologize that took so long, Mr. Davis.
Yeah, I've got a kind of a general question, and this is probably Ms. Davis would be best to answer it. One of the things that we talked about in terms of the Government and Community Relations Committee is like meeting with particularly the Envision Athens Education Committee. Do you think that that should be done under the auspices of the entire Envision Athens board, or would you see it as appropriate for us to just meet with, I guess, one of their subcommittees? Since we have
I'm not sure
representatives.
that there's any real value in meeting with the entire board, because I think there are 4 probably major initiatives that the school system is actively engaged in, and the other 10 we may or may not care about. I don't know. But Lawrence Harris is very prominent in the Envision Athens hierarchy and the relationship, the community relationship thing. So he's there 100%. I would defer to Lawrence
Okay.
as to
Okay.
is there a need for the board to meet with the Educate Athens Committee? I can't see that. I don't see that we add value there, because that's a very high functioning committee, and you're there with all the partners that are actually delivering the educational piece component of the community's plan, strategic plan. So I don't see that value.
Okay. Well, I can talk to Lawrence later about it, but I didn't know if Attorney Hull is stepping over, maybe there is something that we can work with on that, because that is one of our outreaches that we've talked about. So,
To Envision Athens?
mhm.
Well, again, that's an assembly of the agencies that are implementing the strategic plan, so they're already in your community. So I'm not sure. Again, I don't see a reason for the school board to have that conversation.
So who is participating in the education committee per se?
Lawrence, would you speak to that, please?
I'll project. So good evening. So Envision Athens Educate is Downtown Academy. We also have our Director of School Counseling, Dr. Ramirez, our CTA Director, Mr. Molina, who's our Work-Based Learning Coordinator. Prior to my transition to this role as the CEO of the Career Academy, I was in that group, and the new CEO comes on board to be a part of that group. All of our local education providers, as well as our workforce development, Dr. Shanice Allen with Innovative Health Institute, the Department of Labor, because the strategy for Educate is to prepare youth and adults for the workforce. So that's the one area we're focused on out of the 114 areas that are listed in that plan. And so most of the partners are not just educational institutions, they're also workforce development initiatives, the Northeast Georgia Regional Commission. So there's a lot of us there. It's about 30 or 40, and there's two strands. One is led by David Bradley and Mr. Molina here at the Career Academy. That's youth workforce, and we have another strategy that's focused on early childhood literacy. I hope that was helpful.
Yeah, I guess.
So we can send those minutes. I think they do each committee does minutes, and the minutes are posted on the website. So yeah, again, and it's open to the public. So often there are a lot of community members that are present as well.
Yeah, I guess yeah, and I know you've sent us a lot of stuff from Envision Athens.
I'm sorry.
But what I'm saying is that for those of us who are more tactile, it's and visual and
So again,
listening.
I think the key thing here is that Envision Athens is working off of the county's strategic plan. Those initiatives have already been defined and they have been prioritized. And so when they are working on that particular initiative, they're bringing the people to the table that can implement that initiative. So I'm not sure that, again, so having meeting with the IOC wouldn't, I don't think that buys us anything.
And so maybe that may be something that you all can talk more about with Ms. Davis and Ms. Hull as you move forward with government relations and as she transitions and Ms. Davis works for her to do that. Mr. Harris, Dr. Maddox, did you get your
I
answer?
thought she had a question. I couldn't.
So initially we had some of our early child care providers, but we actually split off now. So that group is actually being reconvened. So I actually met with Ms. Barger probably about a month ago now. We actually, to Ms. Davis's point, realigned the work plan strategies to ensure the newly updated strategic plan is the focus for the Educate strand. But yeah, we can definitely talk about early childhood.
Okay. So if you have any additional questions or want to reach out to new people on the committees, particularly on the community committees, I really encourage you to do so. Any ideas or questions that you have. Obviously, some of us know more about our community committees than others. I couldn't even remember when the conference was, but the other people who, represent their committees, I'm sure will be very happy to hear like your feedback and questions that you have for them. As we take a look at the board committees, is it the board's general consensus that these are okay? And if so, what date do we want these to go into effect?
I think we should definitely vote on these and vote for the date that it goes into effect, and it should be a part of our recorded vote that we're going to this new structure, which is fine with me. I think the effective date would be great if we could do this next week, and then we can kind of realign ourselves. I will continue to say that I think that it's a very heavy lift for property and finance to be combined, and so we'll see how that works for us.
Okay. All right. So historically, we go ahead, Dr. Yeager.
I was gonna say, what are we voting on? The policy has already been approved, the committees exist, so we're talking about voting on the membership of the committee?
Yes.
And prepare to hear
Oh, yes. Ms. Davis is recommending that we vote on the membership of the committees.
Thank you.
We haven't historically. I guess my only concern with that would be, in the event that, like when Mr. Davis and Dr. Yeager, I think either switched places or someone rolled off of a committee. Does that mean if we vote for these, that we also have to take a vote if there are changes?
And I think
Mr.
the
Pruitt?
answer is yes, because as long as I've been on the board, we voted on the final committees and then they were posted in February and that's how we went forward. So we've always,
I don't think we
I thought
voted
we
last
voted.
year.
I don't
or the
know.
year
I'll
before.
go back and look at the minutes then
Okay,
because I'm pretty sure
I
that we
know
have.
that under Mr. Worthy's leadership, I mean, we would put in what we wanted and then he
Right.
would publish a list about who was on the
And we
committees.
voted on that list.
And I don't remember
So if I
voting
can
on
read
it.
the policy, it says the members of standing committees shall be Board of Education members assigned at the January work session. It does not mention a vote, it just says assigned.
All
Okay.
right.
I'll go back and
Okay.
look at the January meetings.
Okay. So
It
the
does say members and vice chairs to be determined through consensus, so consensus. I guess
And so the
that-
consensus caused the vote.
Does that represent a vote or not?
Okay, well, it's up to the board. Mr. Pruitt, do you have any recommendations? I'm open to either. I think we just need to identify the date and confirm the list.
I didn't have input at the time those big policies were being worked on, and whoever was on the board at the time came up with this language by consensus.
Yeah.
Never quite understood how, an elected board acts by consensus. You only act by vote. So
Thank
I
you.
agree with it's
Okay, so you think we need to vote on it? Okay. Does that have any implications for the policy that we just approved?
No.
Do we need to make any changes to that then?
Which policy?
Didn't we, Tish, Dr. Yeager, which policy did you read from?
PAB.
CDC.
BBC?
BBC, that's
I got it. No, I'm comfortable with interpreting consensus as vote.
Okay. All right. Well, if I'm understanding you correctly, then that means that we can put this list on next week's agenda to take action on. Okay. All right.
Wow, thank you.
And it will go into effect after the board takes action. Is everybody okay with that? All right. I apologize again for taking that much time. We'll move forward with item 7, and that's the superintendent's report. 7.1 is Dr. Thomas's remarks.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, President and members of the board. I just have a couple of announcements and updates. Mrs. Davis asked a moment ago about an update on the CEO hiring for the Career Academy, and that individual was in the May personnel report. Her name is Virginia Jenny Williams. She's a 21-year veteran, having worked for the Technical College System of Georgia, and has worked with many of the career, if not all of the career academies across the state in her role prior to coming to Clark County. So she was approved on May 13th and will begin in the capacity of CEO. I do not know her official start date. Thank you. July 19th is her start date. There we go. Teamwork. So she will begin, and then you all did approve the hiring of the position that's comparable to a principal level individual based on the recommendation from the last evaluation of our Career Academy program. So that will be the next hire for this building. We will have on June 17th, the 2020 reception, class of 2020 reception. As with anything we do, there are positives and then there are people that are critical. It doesn't take the place of a graduation. Unfortunately, there are some things that can't be undone. All we can do is move forward and do the best that we can to try to celebrate and try to rectify when things don't go the way we wanted them to go. We did have a very strong response. We had almost 200 kids to respond that they're coming, plus 2 family members each. So about 500 individuals, right at 500 people that will be attending that event at the Classic Center. So we're actually very excited about that response. We think I've heard for several students who wanted to participate, they're working or couldn't come home. So we did get positive feedback. And again, we just unfortunately can't undo what was done, but we wanted to do something to celebrate that class. As you all know, the governor did release a no mask mandate. It had some language that created some uncertainty, but in essence, we cannot. The governor is no longer requiring masks. We are working on language for our recommendation as a district moving forward for the 21-22 school year. We do know that we will continue to strongly encourage safe practices and behaviors, and individuals will still have the option of mask wearing, but we are just working right now to determine what that official language will look like for the 21-22 school year. I No, I do not mind at all.
And just from everything I've read and seen, I did do some more looking since we talked last.
Thank you.
It appears to me that there is no legal prohibition on individual districts and boards requiring masks if they so choose. I think the executive order language seems to be worded in that fashion without going right out and saying it. So I just didn't want to leave the impression that we've already conceded we cannot require masks, because I don't think that's where we are.
Yes. And so we will continue to work. And with everything, there are people that have opinions in both ways. I've already started receiving emails, as probably you have. There are people who are saying, I'm so glad, don't require them to wear masks. The governor said they don't have to people who are saying we still need to wear masks. There are people saying everyone should be required to have the shot. There are people saying you can't require us to have the shot. And so with anything, I think we're going to receive feedback both ways, and we will do the best that we can to try to make a decision that will accommodate and support safety in our schools, and in the best way that we can do that. Many of our students have received the vaccine, and with the age now being down to middle school, I think we're seeing an increase in that, so we'll continue to monitor. The other update I wanted to provide, I know we've had some discussion about use of board docs and Assembly, and having looked at the different platforms that we're using for Assembly, it just seems to be more practical to use one platform. I think we're asking a lot of Ms. Palmer for her to negotiate and navigate between Assembly for some tasks, board docs for other tasks. She's doing a great job. She hasn't complained, but it just seems logical, if there's one platform that meets all of those needs, that we utilize that one platform. Board Docs provides a solid meeting platform. Assembly offers a comprehensive system of services that addresses the needs of us as a school system, including our self-assessment. You all are looking at it for my evaluation. We're using it for policy support. It does offer a strategic planning module. So we are looking to transition in the fall, if I'm correct, Ms. Palmer, to SIM, so that we have one platform being used across the district. The other that I had really quickly, I think maybe it was you, Dr. Maddox, I'm not sure, but I know Dr. Blankenship is here just to give a really quick overview on, or update on, the assistance that we're providing for our parent-to-teacher pipeline and what's being done. And then she's willing to do something more detailed later, but just a quick update on where we are with that.
Absolutely. Good evening, board. So we are excited, thank you. We're excited to continue that work of the parent-to-teacher pipeline. I think that's one of the best things we have going here in CCSD, to value our staff and those who are pouring into our kids every day. So we are continuing with that and looking to build upon it. Dr. Francis has already reached out this spring to principals to find out if they had paras who were interested, and has gathered several names. I think she has close to a dozen names already, and certainly we will continue to work on that coming through. I think this past year we had around 13 paras who were placed into teacher positions. And so we're already approaching that number now, and hope to have even more, because as you know, you all approved a number of new positions with CARES funding, and we are, working to fill those. So we have been looking into how we can provide assistance financially to individuals who are in that para-to-teacher pipeline so that it's not a burden on them to gain certification. We that is a barrier for some, and we don't want it to be. So I have reached out to several districts around the state who have similar programs. I've discussed some with Dr. Thomas, and we're looking to finalize some a procedure that we would use that would allow paras who want to become teachers, who are placed into teacher positions and need that Georgia TAP experience, for us to be able to financially assist them in doing so. There is already a partnership with Peachtree State State Federal Credit Union, where they have some low interest loans available for anyone who wants to continue their education, but we want to go a step further than that. So we'll provide more details for you on that when it's available, but I look forward to sharing that information because it's very exciting.
Thank you, Dr. Blankenship. We are very excited. When we reached out to Peach State, Devlon had asked, is there anything we can do for the school? I said, since you asked, yes. And he went to his board and the officers there with the credit union, and they have been very, very helpful. And we've had several to take advantage of that service. But like she said, if there's more that we can do to continue to support that work, that's what we want to focus on. And today I had several of my one-on-one conversations, and I said to them, it's exciting because in every conversation I had, the individuals, Dr. Blankenship, Mr. Harris, and then I was talking to Mr. Gaskins, it naturally came up, well, according to our strategic plan, according to our strategic priorities, and that's why we wanted to simplify our plan so that we could say, that when we're working, our conversation and our actions and our spending should be aligned to what we've said are our priorities. And so, Dr. Blankenship immediately was able to say, we want to provide opportunities for advancement. We want to, according to the strategic plan, this is our commitment. And so it's just been fulfilling for me when we're talking that it's not like, okay, a plan that's sitting on the shelf, but in the decisions that our chiefs are having with their departments, the work is aligned to what we say we value as a school system. Mr. Gaskins reminded me that we do have summer school going. You all got that in your last Friday update. He provided you with some numbers. Related to that, we have summer school graduation is July 1st. That's a Thursday at Cedar Shoals High School. Tentatively 6 o'clock since it's on a Thursday evening, but we will get that out to you as soon as that is confirmed. But July 1st at Cedar Shoals this year, because the last one was at Clark Central, to be able to celebrate and recognize and confer diplomas to our recent graduates. And I think, excuse me, that is almost everything for me. We have our behavior specialist, Ms. Heidi Hill here. And I think it's Mr. Brown and Ms. Sartor, and is that Ms. Douglas? She walked in. I can't see like I used to. So we have some of our behavior specialists and our behavior coordinators here, and they're going to share information. And then after that, we have Mr. Harris, who is going to provide a brief community schools update based on a request. Yes, Mr. Davis.
Yes, Dr. Thomas, are we going back with our student interns this coming year? School year.
Are you, can you be more, are you talking about
we're talking about,
teachers?
yeah, student
with
teachers,
UGA?
I'm sorry.
Okay, yes, we have some schools that are doing student teachers. We are working very closely with Dean Spangler and her team, taking this year to really identify what is the area of focus for our partnership, what are our priorities, again, aligning to the strategic plan. So the model of having 40 and 50 student teachers in one building is not the same model we're going with right now, but we are opening our schools back to volunteers. We're opening back to like the foster grandparent programs, but with some modifications that are going to better support safety and health of our students and our staff. So our partnership with the university has not ended, and we are still meeting with them actually monthly. and we will have student teachers there, but it will not be at the same capacity that it's been in the past. Part of that's due to safety and health reasons. Other is just because we really want to take time to identify what is going to be our area of focus of the partnership. Because when we started this work, 2009, it's been 12 years ago. And so what worked then and what was needed then is not what's needed now. And we mutually agreed that we want the work to be mutually beneficial to the University of Georgia as well as to Clark County. And we had been trying to make changes in one 45-minute meeting and kept finding ourselves not successful. And so now we have committed to having a collaborative work group. And we're taking this next year, looking at data from the university, data from Clark County, and then developing what our model will be so that we can push that out for the 22-23 school year.
Thank you. Let me follow up and I can just kind of lay that out there, and maybe next week we could have a little bit more information. But I was concerned about today's paper where it talked about Clark County having a lower vaccine rate than the average in the state, and they're particularly concerned about, like in Clark County, there's 20 to 24-year-olds, which would be those student intern ages, generally speaking. Only 15% are vaccinated, and so I'm just concerned that and we were the Clark County School District. We were only a piece of this whole community effort to try to get everyone vaccinated, and so what I'm hoping is that we're still, as part of this community effort, I hope it's being pushed, because we're only at a rate of like 31% fully vaccinated in Clark County versus 41 in Oconee. So just getting ready for this coming school year and wanting to protect our students, I just would like that to maybe a little follow-up next
What
week.
would you want from us on
I guess just trying to figure out, is there still an ongoing partnership? I mean, because we are one of the biggest employers, and so just wanting to encourage our schools to be used for vaccination sites, making sure that we're advertising vaccination sites to the degree that we can. Try to encourage our parents to get vaccinated.
And yes, and those, are things we've done the last several months. We've had at the schools for our students. We've opened up the high schools for both shots. We've opened up for parents to come. We've provided transportation for parents to come. So yes, we are continuing to work with DPH, and I guess I want to be clear on the ask of us.
Well, I think at the bare minimum, I mean, UGA has not made up their mind yet whether or not they're going to require vaccinations, and so, okay, so if they don't, then it seems like we would certainly be and since we encouraged our teachers to be vaccinated, it seemed like that whatever interface that we have UGA students coming into our buildings that they should be vaccinated, it would just seem logical to me.
I don't think we can do that.
I don't
Legally.
It has been. I mean, it's been done in some places. There are hospitals that are requiring it now. I don't know. We can certainly encourage it, but there's an ongoing discussion nationwide about that. As you know, but I know there are hospitals that are doing it. Now, maybe they might be the exception to the rule.
Please.
Dr. Blankenship, I'm sorry, I had just a quick addition to that.
And Mr. Davis, I agree with you that encouraging that vaccination should be an ongoing effort. I just wanted to share with you that when we had our vaccination events in the spring, and we partnered with Piedmont to offer vaccinations to our substitute force and also to our student teachers, that we had quite a response from our student teacher populations. And I'm sure that some of them took advantage of it at UGA as well. But I just wanted to share that as maybe that helps. It helps me to know that they are interested in, in getting vaccinated. And my hope would be that that would continue.
Yeah, and I think I don't think we've dropped the ball. I think UGA's dropped the ball, if I could be, because that age group in Athens, Clark County is 20 to 24 is 15% vaccination rate, which is extremely low, just for that age group.
And I don't know how we tease out that percentage related to those that are in our schools, but.
Right. Okay. So certainly if there are like some additional, feedback or what have you, certainly reach out to.
Right, because I want to be prepared for whatever I want that you need from me next week.
Yeah. And I don't know, the only specific ask I've heard is that, that there's ongoing encouragement. I do want to check in with the rest of the board. Are there any specifics around that ask or for Dr. Thomas? No, about more encouragement for people to get vaccinated.
I just think that if parents are looking at whether or not to enter their kids in school, then they're going to be looking at, us doing everything we can to protect them. And I think technologically we've done that. We've got all these things in place. We've improved our air quality. We've improved our training of our staff about how to handle various situations. We got a strong nursing staff. So I think we've done a lot in terms of what we can do within the administration. I don't see it as something that but I am concerned about adults coming back into our buildings who have not been vaccinated.
Unfortunately, we can't even require our teachers to be vaccinated, and we can't ask if they are vaccinated unless, Mike, you're saying something different.
I'm sorry, say that again.
In terms of our teachers, are we able to ask them their vaccination status?
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
So we can.
If you're doing that, if you're going to require vaccination as for all employees, sure, you require verification.
So I guess this is a much bigger. Right. This is a much bigger. I'm not comfortable, I will say, moving into a space just saying that we as a school system are requiring all of our staff. That's a huge leap that we have not, in my opinion, vetted. Now, for my own safety, I did what I chose to do, but I think we are potentially moving into some very interesting waters when we make some of the decisions. And as a school system, we have made some decisions that are not aligned with most places around us. And I have taken that risk and that heat mostly individually. But I am not going to sit here tonight and just publicly say that as a school system, we move to a space of saying you can't come back to work here if you're not vaccinated. I think that's something that we really need to carefully look at and think through and consider ramifications for as we move. I just think that deserves more conversation. I'll be quiet.
Well, I just want more clarity into what Mr. Davis was asking, because I understand what Mr. Pruitt was saying about being able to require that for employment, but for our student teachers, they wouldn't count as staff. So to ask them their status, I think would be very invasive and maybe even violating some of their rights that they would have since they weren't staff or employees during a student teacher status. Is that making sense?
Right, it makes sense. They're not paid employees.
So we would not be able to ask the student teachers. I mean, you can ask them, but you can't require it. I don't even think you can ask them without violating HIPAA. But yeah, so I think that's a distinction that needs to be made if we're looking at our student teacher population, because I don't think they will fall, unless Mr. Pruitt tells me different, and this is his area, under the EOC guidance.
I had to look at that detail. So, I mean, it seems it has to fall under, staff and volunteers can be subject to the same requirement, or students, which student vaccinations are governed by state law. So again, that would be the state's choice as to whether.
Right.
That's a long-winded way of saying, yeah, I'm not so sure. If we chose to require it for employees, I'm not sure we couldn't include student teachers in that.
And my only concern is that not only will we need you all to get CDLs, we will need you all to start subbing, because I think we will have a significant number of vacancies, because people have very strong feelings one way or another. And I just want, again, as I always say, any decision we make, I just want us to consider the benefits and the potential negatives that come with that. And I'm just not sure what our staffing will look like if we make some of those decisions. So I just want us to, and I just don't want a narrative to get out. That always concerns me when we start conversations that we aren't careful about. People take that and that narrative becomes factual, and people's perceptions become reality. And we will wake up tomorrow morning to an article that says Clark County is requiring everyone that works here to be vaccinated. So I just want us to be very clear that this is a conversation that's just started, but this is not an official position at this moment of the board because of the potential ramifications.
And let me just say, Dr. Thomas, I'm not pushing that at all. What I was talking about was kind of a lead in to, like, we have volunteer vaccination day, that if you want, if you're planning on volunteering in our schools, we're having a special day for you. Because when I've done a lot of reading on this, and the reason a lot of people don't get vaccinated is because it's not convenient to them. And sometimes they think there's a charge. Sometimes they call the doctor doesn't have it. And so they say, okay, it's not. There are people out there who ideologically are totally opposed, and I do get that. But I think most people, it's a matter of got to be at the right place at the right time. And so if we had volunteer day vaccination, if we had a special day if we get all the student interns together for some reason that we offer vaccinations, that's the kind of thing I'm really talking about.
And I guess because we do a lot of that and have done a lot of that, so maybe because you all aren't in the audience, so maybe that's the thing that people don't know, even all the way down to the vaccine at Clark Central. They walked all of Broad Street. They went to Beechwood Shopping Center. They went to nail salons. They went to restaurants. They've gone. So, and we've had days when Chase Street came back to school. We did a whole testing day to say, hey, come out, get tested. So our nursing staff, Nurse Amy Rourke and her team has worked with the whole team to do a lot of PR. I think that's why I was saying, what's the ask? Because we have done a lot of community, family, volunteer. We've invited university in, even when the university said, no, we'll do our own. We reached out, invited all of our student teachers in to participate in ours. We've sent out flyers. And so everything you've said, we've actually already done. So I think that's why I was kind of uncertain, because Amy is always, even on weekends, having people come in to say, let's do this. So people have gone in on weekends and given up their personal time to ensure that not only our staff, but that the community and UGA has access to these resources. So
let me interject and give somebody else an opportunity, Dr. Maddox, but also Dr. Anderson. I think you may have had your hand raised maybe 15 minutes ago. I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead, Dr. Anderson.
And then Mr. Davis.
Just a little shade.
Just a little shade. So my only concern when we venture into mandating vaccines for the staff, from a public health perspective, that does very little to curb future fourth waves that may occur, because you're going to have to mandate all the students get vaccinated, all the staff get vaccinated, all their parents get vaccinated, and everyone within this community be vaccinated to reach that 80% herd immunity. So when you're asking staff to get vaccinated as a mandate, that's more of a political maneuver than it is an actual public health preventive measure. So I just don't see the benefit of doing that, because again, as Dr. Thomas has mentioned, the pushback that you receive from the community, from people who have very strong feelings about this, may not be worth it if you're not making any public health advancement in getting herd immunity. So it's just a political maneuver, and I don't see the point.
I would like to say thank you, Greg, for bringing that around, because I was following your head. It's more about the communication. You know, it's Dr. Thomas stated, they've been doing all of these things, but we don't know that these things have been done. That's the thing that I always advocate for. Can we see that, you know, that they walking down Broad Street, you know, those kind of things. Not that we're trying to get in day to day, but some of those things are huge, you know, and big deals as it relates to COVID. And I'm very, you know, concerned and passionate about that, as you know. I didn't think that he was advocating for us to do that, you know, but it kind of went wrong way. And I'm glad you stated publicly on YouTube that is not what we're trying to do as a board. You know, the discussion kind of went that way, but I understood where he was coming from. He was, you know, started off talking about more of the communication, like, can you share more about and expose more and give more opportunities for that. So I too want to just make it clear that we are not, as a board, trying to advocate that everybody get vaccinated. That's not what this is.
I'll be very brief, Dr. Gant. Mr. Davis, I would just say that one of our partners, the Innovative Healthcare Institute, that's actually where I got my vaccine. So I don't know if there can be some community discussions to make sure that it's communicated out to the masses. But I know that some of our school community partners are going to the communities, offering weekend vaccinations and later evening vaccinations too. So again, if that can be a conversation, I know that some of the entities working directly with our school board are taking on that charge.
The only reason I raised it is because, again, I was under the impression this is Clark County. I said our vaccination rate must be out of sight, you know, and then to pick up the paper and find out that we're towards the bottom, I'm just shocked. And so I you know, like I said, it's not just the school district's responsibility, but, you know, we used to have meetings where we would talk about vaccinations. In COVID, we would spend 2 hours talking about it. Now we were having a meeting where we're talking about getting ready for the next school year, and we're not even talking about it. And I think this is a countrywide issue. It's not just, you know, it's not just us, but I think it needs to be a discussion point.
And so maybe where we can like wrap this up at is, you know, as there are efforts, you know, and I know there have been, if I'm not mistaken, some shared out.
Right, we put it in our Friday updates. It's been in the
yeah.
Friday updates. I've shared it in my updates. But I think and sometimes in the interest of time, we still meet 3 times a week and now twice a week as a COVID team. So the work is still happening with us as a district, but
right.
Yes, ma'am.
And so, yeah, we it's definitely worth discussion and maybe further discussion. But I'm also understanding that we are only halfway through our agenda. And I do welcome work session as a time to work things out. But I know that this is also not on the agenda, but it's certainly worth some additional conversations, be they individual conversations or when it's shared out to us, following up. I know several of us have reached out, you know, even as new partnerships have come up, I've reached out and said, hey, have you all, this is just something that's available. And so, so definitely, continue that feedback.
Yes, and we'll continue to
the-
put it in the Friday updates. And I know Nurse Amy has shared, Dr. Watley has shared what's been happening, and we'll continue to do that.
Okay.
That
All right.
concludes my report.
Okay. All right. Well,
It's not my fault. I was on time. It's Mr. Davis.
we will move forward thank you for that report. We will move forward with our presentations and discussions. If our first presentation, as Dr. Thomas mentioned, is our behavior specialist update, and then our second is the community schools update.
Good evening. Again, for those board members that I have not had the opportunity to present to you because you're new to the board at the beginning of this school year, my name is Heidi Hill. I'm the Executive Director of Special Education and Behavior Support.
Are you whispering, Heidi?
I'm not whispering.
Okay. You can have my mic.
I'm not whispering. Is that better?
Okay.
But I do have some going on. Okay, again, I'm sorry. My name is Heidi Hill. I'm the Executive Director of Special Ed and Behavior Supports for those of you who have not had the opportunity to work with so far. Along with me this evening, I have two of our coordinator of behavior supports. I have David Brown and Rebecca Sartor, along with Khadijah Hanna, one of our behavior specialists. And so I asked anyone who was able to join to accompany me this evening, because we have some fabulous news with this update to share with all of you. And so I'm going to jump right in. The term disproportionality is not a new term for Clark County Schools. So prior to the fiscal year 20, Clark County School District has been found disproportional in 3 areas. One of the areas was over-identification of students with intellectual disabilities. A second area was placement of students at an alternative location. In our case, it was Rutland Academy, which is the GNETS facility. And the third area is exclusionary disciplinary practices. And that's a topic that I feel very confident all of you are very familiar with. And so last school year, and the other piece to what we're about to share is that data is lagging. So we get the information kind of based on the prior year. So what in looking at this work, we've worked over the last few years, specifically to GNETs. We've worked to build in-house programs so that we can serve our kids in what I call brick and mortar in our schools. They're our kids. We should be serving them in our schools. And I've been with Clark County for 6 years. When I was hired, there were 52 students being served at GNETS Academy or at Rutland Academy. Today, we have 8. Well, the school year's over, but we ended the school year with 8. We will continue to bring our students home because they belong to be educated in our school buildings. So that addresses one of the areas. The other 2 areas really speaks to the fact of the work that our behavior specialist team has done. And so my exciting news for all of you is that the last 2 school years, we, Clark County School District, have been found to not be disproportionate. So we have 0 disproportionate. Yes, yay! So that we are super excited about that. We're super excited about the work that our schools are doing to meet the needs of our students. We're super excited about the progress and the outcomes and what the state is providing back to us in terms of the data that we're sending to them. And so we wanted to speak to a few areas. And again, this is not work of one, this is work of the district, and which is another reason why I've invited others to join me so that we can speak to the work that we've been doing. So again, following that last topic, I'm super excited also that now we can really rejoice and talk about this work.
So I want to talk a little bit about what we've been doing. So our behavior specialist team has worked together to monitor 515 students on a reduction of exclusionary practices through the Georgia DOE Comprehensive Coordinated Early Intervening Service Institute, which is our CCEIS. And we watched some of these children over several years to really watch how how we are working with decreasing exclusionary practices with them. We've also supported each specialist supports 8 students and 2 teachers at each school with more extensive progress monitoring involving coaching cycles. We support classroom practices, behavioral goals to improve overall student outcomes. So we're really looking at their academic outcomes as well as their behavioral outcomes. On top of those students, each behavior specialist carries a caseload of students and teachers that are identified through our coordinated practices. We have a referral process. We work with SRT, which is our student, I just lost it. Student response team. Thank you for helping me. MTSS, our PBIS systems, ongoing observation, and our discipline data. And each behavior specialist supports school climate and culture through collaborative data-driven processes. We really want to work all the way from the district level to school leaders, our teachers, all the way down to the students by creating and supporting research-based interventions, providing professional development, and ongoing coaching. So show you a little bit more about that.
So we just wanted to share a little bit of data, and I know you have seen data over the past few years working with Dr. Welch's report, but we monitor this data on a daily, weekly, monthly basis, and we wanted to celebrate a few things. And I think if you look at the slide, you'll see 22.5% reduction in ISS and OSS for elementary schools. That's FY19. I won't read each one of them, but I'll tell you, 63% reduction, 13% reduction. 25% reduction. We're looking at people being sent to the office, and then of course you're looking at that exclusionary discipline. I think we see an overall trend of reduction, and I think that's really important. And I'd like to highlight, so that's more of a district data point, but then on the next slide we'll actually look at some of the highlights where we look at some specific gains, specifically gains. What we've seen is a pretty good, solid drop, 250 fewer office referrals. And I think, what Rebecca was just speaking to in terms of our process, in terms of the work we're doing to build a system of interventions, we're building skill development. That's why less kids are going to the office. And of course, if less kids go to the office, there's probably less opportunity for suspension. Now you'll see the same thing at Oglethorpe Avenue. And then I really like this third school here, Whit Davis. While their office referrals actually increased, we actually didn't look at this as a negative because we're looking at a reduction in suspensions. And they've done a lot of work to document, hey, we're having some issues, but instead of suspending kids, what are some alternative practices that we can do to keep kids in our schools and keep moving them towards their academic goals? Thank you.
So I want to speak to a little bit about who are we. So as behavior specialists, we are all certified teachers with master's degrees or higher. We all have extensive classroom experience across different settings. In addition to the classroom experience, this team is amazing and has a wealth of knowledge and certifications in our district that includes applied behavior analysis, social working, professional counseling, restorative practices, justice, juvenile justice system, leadership, trauma, and coaching. Our team is also extensively trained and has a lot of knowledge in Tier 1 practices. We promote a proactive approach to behavior management, which includes ongoing, continuing education and research in current practices. Lastly, our team provides professional development and coaching in the areas of mindset safety management, trauma-informed practices and approaches, culture relative teaching and pedagogy, resilience, functional behavior analysis, behavior interventions, as well as helping schools to support positive behavior intervention systems.
So we also want to think about what's next. We want to keep doing this work. So some of the things that we're talking about and we want to continue to do is we want to keep working on the development of that academic and behavior connection through our continued collaboration with our instructional and student support team members. We also want to continue to monitor our building level systems to adjust and support evolving and differentiated needs of each school. We want to make sure that we're providing what the schools need, matching the needs with the personnel and the practices. And we want to support our district and school implementation of PBIS.
Some other things that we want to consider in terms of next steps. We want to increase our support for the middle schools. When you were just seeing the data, I saw a few eyebrows like, hey, well, you didn't mention my favorite middle school, whichever one that is, right? I know you're thinking. But we really do. We have some good work going on at the middle schools, but we really hope to increase our supports there. We've done some work, but we really need to continue working there. We want to collaborate with instructional coaches. I mean, that partnership is critical because of the academic piece, and so we're speaking some of the same language. And then, of course, we want to continue to support the development of all behavior interventionists through differentiated professional development and coaching, and again, with an added focus on middle schools. Thank you.
So I just want to close by saying thank you. And thank you to all of you. Your support over the past few years has made this possible. And you're part of this journey. The time you spend here in the evening making critical decisions and being advocates for the students and our community just helps us do what we need to do here in the classroom. So thank you all for your support, and you have a great night.
Wait, don't step away. I have some questions.
I heard you, Nicole.
No, so y'all have been amazing in terms of some of my favorite people in the district are giving this presentation because I've seen you in action. I know what you do. As a parent, a lot of support has seemed to be kind of reactive in terms of a student is acting up and then we get our awesome superheroes involved. So is there an opportunity for them to get involved before something happens to give our teachers some of those strategies to use across the board and to not be so reactive?
Sure. Last year, with the support of Mr. Gaskins, we actually did a district-wide day one mindset, which is totally rooted in de-escalation. And the behavior specialist team actually embedded a presentation with trauma-informed practices to expand the breadth and the depth of the information we were giving teachers. It was something that for 6 years I've been trying to see come to a reality, to say that every teacher was trained with exactly what you're talking about, Nicole, is the proactive strategies to be able to de-escalate and respond to students appropriately. And so that did happen. And again, we are gonna, as we begin to plan for next year, of course, we're gonna, but for the school year we just finished, that training was in place. I'm gonna hand it over for anyone else that.
And I also just wanted to add that we're really working to move most of our work into the tier 1 arena because that is our preventative measure. So the more students we can support there and the teachers that can provide that support in that area, the less reactivity we'll have. So if the more kids we are able to provide the support that they need in the tier 1 level, that keeps us in that proactive realm too. So that's why we have that heavy focus on that tier 1 that we're building.
And I do have one more item, Cole. We are currently members of iLead being led by Mr. Gaskins. We are meeting with every principal. And so today we completed 4 or 5 meetings, and part of that conversation was, what can we do to support you? And it's been really exciting because I've never been, this is the first time we've done this type of format since I've been, that I've experienced. And I'm excited to see principals say, we really need professional learning around this. We really need help with this. And so in addition to the district-wide, please know that plans are front and center to provide school-based professional learning and support and coaching. One principal, the last meeting today, said, I just need your team to come in because your team were powerhouse teachers, and I need you to coach teachers. And I need you to teach alongside teachers. And I'm like, we can do that. And so it's those kind of conversations that I truly believe will allow us to take this work and move it to the next level so that we'll have even more schools up there, which is obviously we want to be able to acknowledge and cheer and praise and recognize every school in the district. That's our goal. And our work's not done until we can get there. Any other questions?
I think Dr. Maddox, then Mrs. Davis, and Mr. Davis.
Yeah, a few things, and I'm learning, and then maybe, I don't know if Mr. Gaston's, but the first thing is, as I listen to and I think I may have asked this before, maybe last year, but why isn't this in like student supports? You know, like as I listen to like the different roles of the behavior specialist, why is it not in the student support rather than special ed? Are all the students classified as special ed that you serve? So I was just kind of confused by, by that.
And I could start with that answer, and so if someone else wants to tag with me. But okay, I'm going to start. So the first piece, I think that conversation has been had most recently. Our students are CCSD students. And so regardless of where regardless of where the supports live, our framework for supporting students is supporting students. So that's the first thing I would like to acknowledge. The other piece is that these behavior specialists, they're rooted in instruction. Yes, they have experience, but they are able to go into a classroom and they're able to coach teachers around strong instructional pedagogy. They're able to go in, they see the connection between the behaviors because of their expertise and instruction. They're able to acknowledge and recognize that if you don't have a high level of engagement through the instructional design, sometimes that can be the cause of the behavior problems. And they're able to accurately diagnose it because they can see it from both lenses. And so I guess the question really goes back, and yes, do they support? Are they of a student supports nature? Of course. Mm-hmm. But I guess the question really goes back to how do they angle? How do they support? What kind of coaching do they provide? And their work, the behavior specialist, has really transformed over the last 5 or 6 years to be deeply rooted in instruction and to be deeply rooted into coaching teachers to respond appropriately in the angle of the proactive responses. And it's the result of that I believe we've seen the greatest gains in the difference of academic achievement as well as the reduction of exclusionary disciplinary practices.
Okay.
So I don't know, Dr. Thomas or Mr. Gaskins, if you would like to add to that.
Mr. Gaskins can, but I think you're exactly right, and that has been a strong conversation over the last few months, even with us, and I think it's one of those cross-functional departmental teamworks. I know that Dr. Watley has been working and reaching out with the behavior specialists, including them in her professional learning and in her work and in her planning. And we've had the conversation exactly for that reason, because it's both. So it's instructional, but it's student supports. And that's why this, with a lot of other programs, are cross-functional. And that's why it's so critical that our cabinet is able to work closely with each other, because there's so much overlap in what we do frequently that we have to be able to cross-train, to cross-plan, to cross-serve, to make sure that we're hitting those needs from a variety of areas. So yes, you're exactly right. And we've had a lot of conversation about how do we structure that most effectively and efficiently to ensure that we're addressing the needs of students.
Mm-hmm. And one last question. This is me talking to parents throughout whenever, not necessarily this year, but I know last year, I'm not sure, but are there behavior specialists or is there support at every single school, namely like Cedar Shows, the high schools? There's somebody there to work with all the students. How does that work?
Sure. COVID kind of slowed things down in terms of hiring a behavior specialist for Cedar Shoals. So Mr. Darricott and I had spoken, I guess a year and a half ago, and the plan was to post for a position, and then COVID happened, and then the plan was not to fill that position. As of today, that position is posted, and so we are back in the plans of having a person there. And what the model that we've used at Clark Central is what we intend to replicate. And so I met with both high school principals around this topic so that Dr. Huff could also share his experience and how that model has worked for him, and that we could replicate that at Cedar. And so the model is that the principal hires the behavior specialist, that we, one of members of our team, 1 or 2, was actually part of that on the interview committee and supporting that. And then we fold that individual into our team. And so all professional learning that we do, that person's a part of. So the behavior specialist at Clark Central is Mr. Everett Neely. And so he's actually even in the behavior specialist listserv group. So whenever an email goes out to all behavior specialists, he receives that as well. And he was he's trained to do mindset. All of our trainings that we do, he's trained as well, and then attends our meetings. He also receives coaching and oversight from our coordinator of behavior supports. In this case, that is David Brown, because he supports Clark Central, and the one assigned to Cedar Shoals would be trained and would receive oversight and support from Rebecca Sartor, because she supports that side of the county. And so, so again, the only reason why it didn't happen last year was because of COVID, and quite frankly, it was just a decision to save that money for a year. I don't have a better answer than that, other than it was just a fiscal response. It was a fiscal decision. But if you look right now, that position is posted, and it is our
I saw the
intention.
position. Yeah, that's good.
It is our intention to move forward with that same model that we have in place at Clark Central.
One last question. You know, when it comes to the students, I get a little, I'm gonna be quiet after this one. Like as I was looking at the numbers, in the numbers in which are great, but it's a lot of that due to COVID that the numbers.
Great question. So, so last school, remember we have lagging data. So this school year is not part of any of that. So we can
Okay.
just kind of take that off of our plate. Last school year, David Brown actually worked, and we were looking at data, and we were here the majority of the year. But even that, so that would be a portion of it, but it's really based on the year prior. So it's based on those last couple years prior to that, which would not be impacted by COVID. And so the only impact would have been April and May, or middle March. I don't know when we left. I don't know, but like those last couple months. But other than that, it was really that year and the year prior, which was definitely a full year.
So my questions were again around your numbers, starting with the 515 that you brought back from Rutland. Is that right? Did I understand that correctly? Clarify that for me, please.
Did I hear you say 515?
Yes, that's what I wrote down.
Okay, that's the number of students that we currently track and progress monitor and provide support to. And so
That's across the entire system?
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Mhm. And we actually report those to the state in terms of the progress that they're making. The number that you heard me reference and related to Rutland was 6 years ago, we had approximately 59 students there
Okay.
being served. And as of the end of this school year, we ended the year with 8 or 9. Don't quote me on that. We'll say less than 10. We ended with less than 10.
Okay, and then so my next question was about, and I think Dr. Maddox mentioned that the COVID. What did that do? The virtual learning do? Did we see an increase, a decrease? How did that impact the reports that you're getting or your staff's engagement with our students to help them kind of weather this storm?
Yeah, no, I think it's a great question. It's something we really looked at hard, because obviously if students are virtually learning, they're probably not getting sent to the office, not our office, right?
Right.
So we did look at that, but when we looked at, we still did track every office referral. And I'll say this, we don't look just at office referrals. So we are meeting with schools on a regular basis and identifying needs, student needs, family needs, teacher needs. And so we may monitor 515 with our CCIS, but we work with a lot more students and teachers. So I don't want to minimize our work by getting stuck on a number of 500. But I will say, when you're talking about looking at the numbers, we crunched the numbers. We've gone back multiple years and crunched the numbers through our student information system in terms of office referrals, ISS, OSS. And obviously we did see a numbers decrease, but when you start looking at percentages and trends, even when we projected, like, let's just take last year when we left it, February ended and then boom, we were out for the rest of the year, right?
Right.
And so we did a percentage of that, and we looked at, okay, if we had been in school, what would our projections have been? Even with that, and I thought it was, we pushed, tried to get what we expect, we still saw improvements.
Okay.
And so you're asking good questions, but I will tell you, there's a lot of data to look at, and I will say that I don't know that we just don't have the time to go all in that right now, but I think I'm happy to share the data that we're pulling at any time. And that's just, we sit down, we can dig into it for hours if you want.
So, my last question is about that data. What was the thing that happened in 19 that caused such a drastic change?
Well, I think Rebecca's, excuse me. I think, a lot of the tier one, the movement into the tier one and expanding our lens. And as was pointed out, we're working with all students across the district, but we came up with, we tried to make it succinct with 4 bullet points, but it's hard to do. But when we start looking at tier 1 and we start coaching teachers, whereas, we're going in working, as somebody said, side by side with teachers, trying to increase that ability of each individual who's working, and not just teachers. We're talking paras. We've coached cafeteria staff on different things, different initiatives to keep things from going to a bad place.
Right.
And I think someone here mentioned, what are we doing in terms of being proactive? Well, we sat down and we made a concerted effort in FY18, and that was part of our plan. Was we've already got our reactive things in place. We know that it's all got to be about tier 1, proactive, prevention, and skill building.
So that was really a shift.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One other difference, when I was hired 6 years ago, we had 5 on the team. We now have 9 behavior specialists and 2 coordinators of behavior supports. So I think someone might have asked a reference and behavior, I think it might have been you, Dr. Maddox, the behavior specialist support per school. So when we started here, we had 1 behavior specialist serving 7 schools, 7 elementary schools. We now have 1 serving 2. And the plan is actually middle school principals are reaching out saying, hey, can we partner with you? And can we take half the salary from a fund source they have, and we'll use half of yours? And that would then give them a full-time behavior specialist. Now that's in initial conversations, but the impact is being seen because of the training. We also changed the job description for behavior specialist. And we said, you need at some point in all of this. And we said, you need to be a classroom teacher. You can't coach someone up into space that you've not done well. And so we can't send somebody in who's not been a classroom teacher to coach up a teacher. And once we changed that and required an advanced degree and added on credentialing, we have 4 behavior specialists and now hold their BCBA credentials. And so once we expanded all of that, yeah, it's pretty good, isn't it?
Makes sense.
Yeah. So once we started doing those things, I could probably sit here and continue to talk to you for the next 30 minutes about what we've done since 2018. What's that?
You made me smile. I'm happy.
So but you guys have other things on the agenda. But if any of you, I think I'm allowed to say this, Mr. Gaskins, Dr. Thomas, if any of you would like to discuss further, I think I'm able to make an appointment. Oh, I'm sorry, Nicole. There you go. Please contact my boss, Dr. Thomas, and and Ms. Palmer will arrange that for us. I think that's right. Yes.
Mr. Davis.
Yes, first off, sometimes I get mixed up in my terminology. We have specialists and then we have interventionists.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So tell me how those 2 fit together.
Sure. Behavior specialists hold the credentials that were presented in this in this presentation. They at least a master's degree. I think we have 2 with doctorates. Yes. And so advanced degrees, advanced credentialing. Behavior interventionists, they serve in much like a paraprofessional role. But the difference with the behavior interventionist is that behavior specialists actually provide their training. And so they meet with them monthly and they provide oversight and support. They are hired by the principal. So we do not, I'm sorry. They meet weekly. I thought they meant monthly. They just corrected me. They meet weekly. Training monthly. They meet with them weekly. And there's 1 interventionist per school. And the behavior specialist coach and support and continue to kind of inspire them. And when I heard Dr. Blankenship speak about the para to pipeline work, actually there's some powerhouse individuals coming out of that group. And I believe a couple have. And so we would like to continue that work because those are people that, 1, get our kids. And 2, they really want to make a difference in students' lives. And it's amazing when I walk into the conference room and I haven't done it recently for obvious reasons, but in the past, when I would walk in and behavior specialists are working with them, you can just feel the energy. So those are behavior interventionists. And again, 1 per school, principals hire, principals oversee and evaluate, behavior specialists support and coach.
Okay. Are the behavioral specialists, are they compensated according to the
teacher pay scale?
Yeah, the teacher pay scale.
Teacher pay scale, yes, sir. They're a teacher contract, 190, and exactly like the teacher pay scale.
Yeah, one other question about Rutland. we have decreased our participation in that program, at least, recently. Have we increased our financial obligations?
Great question. So last year, as part of LCAC, which is a local special ed advisory council, all of the special ed directors in our Northeast Georgia RESA, we meet monthly. And part of that conversation was about that. And the way they were calculating it actually would result in Clark County incurring a higher cost for the Rutland portion. Now, that's not the shared service. That's the difference. So on your agenda this evening is shared service bill. That's a different bill. But the Rutland version is part of that. And so they changed the calculation because of our request so that we could get credit for not having as many students there because we pay per student. So currently it is now based on the last 2-year average. And so this next year, so once we cycle one more year, because we were only like kind of 1 year into that new calculation, once we go one more year, then we'll see another decrease, but it did drop $12,000 on the Rutland portion. And so originally it was like $85,000. The bill this year, which is embedded into your documents that you have, I believe is $62,000 or $66,000. And so it is coming down. And next year I expect it will happen. It's going to drop again.
But you're saying that there's 2 funds that we contribute to, right? One is the
Yes, sir.
physical structure. Is that it? And then the other is staffing, or?
No, sir. No, sir. We no longer pay. Clark County never incurred debt on the original structure.
Okay.
We I can't give you the details of all of that, but just because I don't have that information, but we're not paying any cost for the structure. We're only paying towards the services being provided, which would be the teachers and the staff that are there to serve the students.
Okay.
And lastly, just for informational purposes, I know you kind of breezed over us having some programs within the district that made the placement at Rutland not really necessary. Can you just give the board the information about what are some of those programs, like our autism classroom and some of the things that we've done here, because everybody might not know them.
Sure. One item, which is also on your agenda this evening, and I apologize for my voice, is the Compass classrooms at Cleveland Road. Actually, that item's not on your agenda. I apologize. The Compass classrooms at Cleveland Road would be one item that we added 3 classrooms so that we could basically provide intensive support for the students whose emotional needs are interfering with their academic progress. And that was the biggest takeaway, or the biggest thing that the district implemented, was allowing us to provide services. We currently have about 24 students in that program, overseen by a coordinator as well. Currently it's Ms. Talbert. And just to do that, and keeps them at Cleveland Road and one of our schools, and it's really taken off. And it was at Winterville Elementary, and then 2 years ago we moved it to Cleveland Road, and it's doing well. We have staff that have been there, and we're growing some roots, and the students are being very successful. In fact, another thing we're currently working on is to provide to you in your Friday update an update on that program and the academic progress of those kids. I can't wait to share with you a video that they've made about what the program has done for them, as well as a parent, as well as the academic achievement. And so that's coming your way in the next week. So just another little thanks for what you do. In addition to that, we've also opened up a classroom for students with autism who have behavioral problems, and we staff that. And they're students who, quite frankly, in any other district, and I've been told this by a variety of districts and by other staff, that the district would not have them in-house. They would be outsourcing that totally. And we are proud to say that we have equipped our staff and our classrooms with a situation that keeps staff and students safe, and the students are being successful. And so we keep them in-house. We have a program at Clark Middle. We have a program at Cedar Shoals. We've expanded that to Clark Central just so we can get the students back at their home school. And in addition to that, one of the items on your consent agenda for this evening is the two classrooms at Cleveland Road through the CABR UGA MOU, which has been in place for the last 5 or 6 years, I believe, since 2016. And again, a very successful program that not only is fiscally responsible because we can staff the classrooms at a much cheaper rate in that approach, but we're seeing great outcomes specific to kids. Thank you for.
Great, thank you.
And I just want to say thank you to Dr. Thomas and everyone, Dr. Blankenship, everyone. I'm just very happy that I'm seeing the para to teacher, and also, as you have mentioned, that there are opportunities to grow from within. I'm very happy to see that, especially with this population. I tutor a lot of kids who are in, this population, and that consistency is very important. And so I'm very happy that, we are looking at people who are already on our staff and valuing that. So I just want to say thank you for that. I'm bubbly inside. Thank you.
Dr. Maddock, just last week, I had a conversation with a parapro out at the Compass Classroom, and she said, Miss Heidi, I need to get my certification. I just need help with this test. I'm like, I'm going to help you with that test. Let's go. We're going to get you certified. So we're working on it, and every opportunity we can do that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Gallagher, but I think I heard Dr. Anderson, or was it Ms. Hull? Okay.
It was me, but it's just a very quick question. Did you want to go first, Ms. Gallagher? Okay. So are the new hires the restorative discipline, restorative justice hire? Okay, that's out. And the MTSS hire, that's not related to what these individuals do. And thank you so much for that. That was really helpful in my understanding of what's happening in the schools.
Well, and I
Those are
think
different.
I do want to reiterate what Dr. Thomas said about the overlapping of work. And, when you really think about the whole child, which I am a strong advocate of, that we need to have a framework that educates the whole child, then we don't need to let adults get in the way of that. And so as adults, like, for example, special education, in 6 years, I was hired in instructional services. We went to student supports. We're now back in instructional services. Doesn't change the work. What matters is having conversations about the work and making sure that an alignment is there, and making sure, like in this case, that Dr. Watley and I are aligned, so that we can take restorative restorative justice practices and make sure that they interface. This team can do restorative work as well. They've sat through trainings. And so there are some similarities, yes, but I guess my big push would be, let's look at expanding that depth. We have a powerhouse team that's moving the needle. So let's add restorative justice champions who can partner with this team, who can partner with instructional coaches. So then we've expanded the breadth and we've expanded the depth of the work that we do to serve kids. Because I believe the biggest change in this up here, Ms. Davis had asked what's changed since 2018, is the fact that we've expanded the number and their skills and their experiences. And when you have the right people in the right seat at the right time, they can move mountains. And so if the district decides that they want to add, more restorative people to support the restorative practice work, then let's add those people and let's partner together and let's move the mountain together, because we can only reach greater heights.
Awesome. All right.
I heard Nicole say, do it. Can I say, is there a second? I'm sorry. On that note, I'm going to sit down before Mr. Gaskins pulls me down.
We have a few more questions, Ms. Gallagher.
I just got one, but it'll probably be loaded because I'm still trying to put it together in my head. Okay, so how closely do y'all currently work with the instructional coaches, the family engagement specialists, the people who sit around the table for IEP and 504 meetings, but most importantly, parents?
Oh, that's a great question. I've been doing a lot of talking, but I'm going to say one thing and then I'm going to pass it off. So another thing that we changed with our framework this school year is that we have aligned behavior specialists with instructional coaches, and we have coordinators, special ed coordinators of behavior supports attending principal meetings. So there's alignment there. And then we have behavior specialists attending instructional coach meetings on a monthly basis so that they can align that work and go into schools and work side by side. So that's the first piece. And then I'm going to hand it over just to give my voice a break from the parent piece and any other things.
And in addition to that, any child that we're working on that might end up with a 504 plan or with an IEP, we're part of that process. We're talking with parents, we're joining the meetings, we're helping create the support systems in place and training the teachers and talking to parents about that. So we're really involved in that also. And there's the part of the student support teams that are out there. We're joining that, which is also part of our that are our social workers and our counselors and special ed team leaders and administrators. So we're also looking at what's happening at homes. We're reaching out to families that we are realizing that if their child is having a difficulty at school, we want to again look all around, like what else might they need, what else might be happening around. So we're trying to really be involved in all areas.
Okay, my last question. So how much influence does this department currently have on the student code of conduct?
Okay, I feel like that's a trick question. So I can say that there are portions of the student code of conduct that Dr. Watley shared with us that we have reviewed and that we have provided feedback on. But the code of conduct does not come out of our wheelhouse. So.
Absolutely. And so one thing that was, and you guys know about the changes that were made to the student code of conduct this year to lift the supports that we have for students. And so I did partner with the department to make sure that the services they provide were in the student code of conduct. The other piece is you asked the awesome question, Dr. Anderson, about how we're going to cross-lab this work. We know we have restorative practices coming in as a huge initiative, but we also have PBIS and SEL that's already here. And so my team, cross-functional with this team as well as counseling, we're going to work to create a model for CCSD. And it's going to be a slow and steady process as it was for rolling out PBIS. Those things do not occur within 1 year. They tend to take time. And so the first piece about the restorative practice is to see what schools are ready to have that now. All schools may not be ready. That's the ultimate outcome. That's the goal. So where do we start? And so working with that team to determine that is going to be number one priority. All right.
May I ask a couple of questions? You mentioned that that when Dr. Maddox asked about the makeup of the team, I think that it's heavy in instruction with the individuals, like the behavior specialist team. But there's also like they sort of overlap, right, with support services. And I guess as I think about our ultimate, our ultimate goal as it ties into our strategic plan, and being able to decrease gaps, and be it in learning or performance, achievement, but as well in behavior, some of what gets in the way often may not be instructional. So it sort of presents itself as instructional because that's where kids are, but there's a more of a therapeutic need. How do you, I'm trying to figure out how to ask this without going too far out of my lane, but how do you then make up for that? How do you sort of get that momentum to continue to close the gap?
Sure. It's with the additional training that they've had and their experiences. So on the screen right behind there, they they have the trauma-informed approaches. We have ones with counseling background. I'm not saying that they don't have counseling experience. We have one that provides counseling services here in Clark County on the side. So it's their experiences, it's their training, it's their looking at it while they were solid classroom teachers. I didn't mean to present, and clearly I must have, that they were only focused from the instructional lens. They're not. We are all about the whole child. We're all about looking at it from their life events. That's the partnership that behavior specialists make with parents. I've actually seen behavior specialists coach parents around in-home, almost like an in-home therapy space of how they can support parents and strategies in the home environment. They really expanded that during COVID, obviously, but that's something that they did well. And behavior specialists will provide almost like a lifeline to parents, like, here's my number, call me if there's a crisis. And so they're able to look at it through both angles to ensure that we're looking at the whole child and to find the function of the behavior, whether that be an academic area or whether that be something else, and then to really work up a plan to help that student either get out of that crisis or through that crisis, or to address it from an instructional point.
Okay. For some reason, I thought I heard you mention that for this particular position that there has to be there has to have been teaching.
The current job description is written that they are certified teachers because they do go in and coach teachers. That's how the job description is currently written. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. My other question is, you also mentioned that some of the work of the current team is related to training as well as culturally relevant pedagogy. Um, Can you talk a little bit more about the work that the team does as it relates specifically to culturally relevant pedagogy, but also building cultural competency and building capacity? Because I would see that directly tied to some of our overall strategic priorities and our goals and being able to close those achievement gaps. So how does the team do that?
Sure. I'm going to pass it off to Rebecca Sartor in just a second. But before that, I want to point out that different part of the team's collective powerhouse or experience is that they each have a different skill set in addition. So they all have many common skills, but then they each have different areas that they bring to the team that really helps guide and lead the team as a whole. And so we're fortunate that Rebecca Sartor has lots of experience with trauma-informed and culture relevant pedagogy. Like this is her, out of all the topics, this is her, Ms. Davis, or one of you said, I just got warm or smiled inside or whatever. This is Rebecca. So I'm going to hand it over to Rebecca to allow her to share that. Oh, Khadijah's going to take it. Here we go.
All right. So in this coming year, we are going to help to offer our principals culture relative pedagogy PLs for their staff. Another member of the team and I went to an 8-week-long training at RISA to look at culture relative pedagogies. We did a lot of diving into the history of culture relative pedagogies. We were provided some really good resources, teaching strategies. So those are the type of things that we are going to offer to our principals as far as to how to help our curriculum and look into our curriculum and looking into that culture relative lens and how to support our students.
Okay. And then my last question is, I know you in your data, you mentioned that there had been some decreases in out of school. I think it was office referrals and maybe expulsions. I think that was up here.
Yes.
And Dr. Thomas, I don't know if this is maybe a question for you, but how does this relate? Like, I know we have a task force, and I know that there are recommendations over maybe a year or two ago. I think it was yes. How, sort of two questions embedded within that. One is, might we be able to get an update if the board is generally okay or interested in that task force? Like, what work are they doing now? But then also the specific data. So like, I know we're not disproportionate anymore as it relates to what the state defines as disproportionality. But, with our strategic plan, it doesn't necessarily, I don't think, it doesn't necessarily hinge on dispro, but it hinges on closing those gaps. And so I'm very curious to know, like, what does our behavior data look like across our subgroups, across our males and females, our students that are served through special education, our students of color, where English is a second language. So how are we doing in those areas? And this is a question from one of 9. And so I don't need this data like today, but I am curious because that is one thing that is related to our strategic priorities.
And Dr. Watley is going to speak to that with the committee, but also keeping in mind, now we've lost a year of data.
Right.
And so really the most recent data that we're going to have would probably be 1920.
Right.
And like a quarter of that missing. So we've lost 2021.
Mm-hmm.
And then kind of like you've had learning loss, there's another form of that learning loss, right?
Mm-hmm.
So some of the strategies that our kids were learning to be able to cope and make good decisions, we're going to have to go back and remediate some of that as well, because they have not been in the same level of structure and environment and the same type of expectations. I mean, home expectations, better than I do, and school expectations are generally very different. So now helping our kids to come back and learn to do school again is going to be critical also moving forward. But Dr. Watley can speak to that committee because she has been working with Dr. Welch.
Absolutely. So the Discipline Task Force has done some great work this year, and I'd be glad to report that out. One thing that we did is a requirement is for everybody to dig into the data. We did a huge data dig, and we will continue to do that. But what came out of that team meeting was, hey, let's collect our own internal data. Internal perception data. So what we did, created a survey for teachers, staff, and administrators. And what we've seen is some themes, and then we're going to action step those next year. And so it will be great about that internal data that we've collected. It's no ding to anybody. It's just how can we improve our processes? How can we inform them? Because we do have that report that says we need to create discipline task force. We need to be more restorative. We need to reduce exclusionary practices. But also we understand that perception data in terms of how our teachers see things, how our administrators see things may be a critical piece that we need to provide professional learning around. And so I'm really happy that people were honest and open. We see one thing that emerged, and I'll say this, was crosswalking that, because we're not just looking at one data point. We're looking at multiple streams of data. It's mental health. Mental health is a #1 priority. And that's something that's not only resounding in the literature, that is something that we know as our children come back into the school, as our adults come back into the school. Mental health is day one. We've got to do something about that. And so I'm so glad to see that you guys were in favor of having those trauma-informed specialists. And so that's moving forward to hiring those people, because we got a program. How are we going to deal with that trauma? Because that came up not only from our principals, that came up from our teachers, as well as our staff, as a #1 issue for our students. So we've got a program around that. And so that's the internal data we collected amongst other things. And I'd be glad to come and present that at whenever y'all want me to.
I don't want that mic.
Oh, why am I handing it to you like you might?
I performed for the night. I've done my
Thank-
singing for the night.
Thank you.
And you had asked about all the different subgroups and the data, and I just want to reiterate, we do look at all those things. We've been looking at it for years, and I think whatever the proper protocol, certainly it's not a secret, and the trends are consistent even in this past year. Even though we only had a smaller amount of time in schools, we still saw the same trends. We know the work is there, but we found some things that we think are moving the needle in the right direction. And so I think that's really important. One of the things that we do look at with these data points, and even Dr. Welch's fabulous report, I mean, it was intense, right? But all those data points are reactive data points. They're what has happened after we've had an incident. What we're trying to do is figure out a process to identify and count all the people who didn't go through that punitive process. How do we identify and count and measure our successful process of keeping kids in school, connected, engaged, and instead of a punitive process, speak to some of the mental health work that we do. How do we capture that and tell that story?
Thank you.
Bless you. That concludes that report.
Okay.
It wasn't you this time, Mr. Davis.
I know.
It was not you. It wasn't you, no. It was not Mr. Davis. That's what I will say. Next, we have Mr. Harris. So now it's going back to Mr. Davis because he had asked about this report. But this is going to be a 10-minute presentation on just an overview on community schools. And as we start talking about community schools work, using ARPA funds to support some of that, looking at some additional community supports for ARPA. And so I think you're looking for the clicker.
No, it's fine. I can jump right in. No, I'm good. We'll figure
She
it
brought
out.
it over there, and then I don't know what happened. Sorry. It's like being at home with your children. She put it right beside you. It's okay. It's like being at home, watching what all the kids are doing at one time. So Mr. Harris is going to just give a 10-minute overview on community schools. I think there's just some cloudiness in terms of community schools, community in schools. I work with family connection, our work with in terms of our charter. So he's going to do a brief overview, and then we'll be happy to come back later for a more detailed presentation if needed.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas. I appreciate you saying brief several times, so I will keep this brief. Right.
Only 3 times.
So good evening, everyone. Madam President of the Board of Education. Just excited to talk to you all tonight about community schools. It's directly related actually to what Ms. Heidi Hill was just discussing, the whole child model. I guess since I'm presenting tonight, I may not go as in depth during our initiative discussion next week, because this is one of the initiatives that will appear in our strategic plan. I do also want to start by letting you know what I present this evening will not have all of the details around what our community school strategy looks like. And that's partially because this isn't the Lawrence Harris plan. This shouldn't be the Office of Community Engagement plan. A community school strategy is developed in collaboration with our local community. We have to work closely with our local United Way, Envision Athens, our local nonprofits and civic organizations, our families and students for each individual school, because the idea of a community school is every school is different. Every school has its own individual needs. So I do want to start out by saying this is aligned with strategic goal 2.1, which is that we will increase the opportunities for family and community engagement and student learning. There is a video on this next slide that I may not be able to play, which is okay. I normally do not present with videos. I tend to not like them in presentations, but I found this 1 minute and 12-second video to be fairly descriptive. We actually can play it. Go for it. The little clip is where it's not. I clicked it. Oh, it's fine. We don't have to. You can just keep it playing. I'll just talk through it. So this video is just a great description of what community schools are. And so basically, I'll just tell you that it's basically a collaboration between local community organizations and our educators. We work closely with schools to forge these partnerships that essentially address the needs of each individual school. So one thing you'll notice tonight through tonight's presentation is that the foundation of community schools, a lot of the inputs we already have. And so that's the exciting part about it, is that as a strategy, we have things like local school governance teams. So when we think about getting input from our community organizations and our stakeholders, such as our parents and our students, we have really strong after-school programs in 21st century. So we have access to extended day learning. And so tonight, what I present to you will not be anything new. It's just the strategy we're using to bring these priorities together. So I'll just go for it. I don't think it's... So as Dr. Thomas said,
You want to let you go?
There we go. Thank you. As Dr. Thomas mentioned, there has been some questions around, well, what's the difference between communities in schools and community schools? So one of the things you see at the top, community schools is a strategy. It's not a program. It's not an organization. It's not a person. It is a strategy. It's the integration of these 4 things: extended day learning, high quality collaborative leadership, which I again mentioned through our LSGTs, integrated student supports, and active family and community engagement. We have a really great community school family connection and community schools program here in Athens, Clarke County, led by Mr. Tim Johnson. It is a national organization. They work within schools, traditionally public schools. Some of them are in charter schools, and it's a caseload model. So they work with specific groups of students traditionally identified as at risk to ensure that they graduate college and career ready. So we do have 2 really great CIS coordinators, community schools coordinators in our schools. One is at Gaines School Elementary, and the other is at Alps Road Elementary. And the one thing to note is actually Communities in Schools is a national partner in this strategy, because they do work on a caseload model, and many schools see the strength and the efforts that Communities in School puts into the community schools model. They're one of the national partners of the national strategy. So I did want to just make that note. Communities in Schools, the organizations, community schools is the strategy we use to integrate student supports, extended day learning, shared governance, and active family and community engagement. I do want to point out something on this slide, because one of my colleagues really loves this part of the slide, and I'll use this example later. At the bottom left-hand corner, you see active family and community engagement, and there's a huge emphasis on active family and community engagement. It's not just one-sided. One of the books we use in my department a lot is Beyond the Bake Sale, Beyond the Spaghetti Dinner, because we know spaghetti dinners, bake sales, was how we traditionally engage families, right? Come in one time a year, eat your plate of food, come in for the bake sale, and that's our engagement. We check mark a box and you're good to go. That's not active family engagement. Family engagement should be two-way. We should be communicating with families. We should be talking back and forth with them, hearing their concerns and their praises, but also helping to make sure they understand what's going on in the language that they understand. Hence why we have our translators. We have a really strong language services department that's been developing and growing, because that's the active part. And we're here to serve students. We're here to serve their families. I did want to point that piece out, because I think what you see there says mi familia and my family. If you notice in a school that you have a lot of Spanish speaking families, you may have to offer courses and courses. You may have to offer after school programs that's in Spanish to make sure those families understand what's going on. How do you read your child's report card? How do you support them in their math and English courses? And so it has to be an active engagement. So similar to what Dr. Watley said, this strategy does not happen overnight. I'll talk about some data, I believe, in my next slide. I'm a huge fan of citations, maybe because I'm in school. You're told to cite. But I did want to talk to you all a bit about why community schools. There's a lot of strategies out there. Community schools has recently risen to be one of the top strategies. I believe I mentioned this a month or two ago, to actually battle systemic inequities in communities. The reason for that is it's individual to that school. So what you may notice is some schools may have some certain resources, others may not have other resources. And so by drilling down on that particular school and seeing where those gaps lie through a needs assessment, you can help partner with local organizations, faith-based institutions, and businesses to see how can you fill that gap for those students and those families. So one of the top things, of course, a charter system being within my division, it's important to know that we did write this into our charter system framework in our application. So while it doesn't appear in the contract, part of what we wrote into our charter system application was the importance of developing community schools, because we recognize the importance of family and student voice in how our schools operate. So that was one of the first things that I wanted to put at the top. I think it's important that language came straight out of the application. So I wanted to make sure the Board of Education was aware of that. We have the conditions for this strategy. So this strategy is not something we just pulled out of a hat. We're saying we're going to have to fund these different groups. We have local school governance teams. So that shared leadership is already in existence. We have after school programs in 21st century. So extended day learning time is there. We have a strong student support department under Dr. Watley. And then we also have a family engagement specialist at each of our schools. Ultimately, I also want to leave with, we have strong school leaders. So community school strategies require strong school leadership, because you have to have a school leader who's willing to partner and work with your community. So we have the inputs. Now it's just about having that person, which is the director that I appreciate the job description being approved early as the semester, to bring all those together to a comprehensive strategy to serve our entire school system. So all the research is there, not all the research. Quite a bit of research is at the bottom. I do have the links in the notes at the bottom, but some of the student academic achievement we should see from community school strategy has been studied for the past 30 years. Increased student attendance, increasing kindergarten readiness, climate and culture scores increasing, students feeling safe, increased post-secondary outcomes, family and community engagement. The RAND Corporation just finished a study in 2019, 12 percentage points average by year 2 of implementation. So again, as I said a few minutes ago, this isn't an overnight strategy. No strategy is done well in a week or two. It takes time. This strategy also takes time because we want to involve the voice of all of our community members. We want to make sure those voices we don't normally hear at the table are invited. They're able to talk about their experiences. They're able to talk about their needs. That's done through a comprehensive needs assessment. We'll be partnering with the Athens Wellbeing Project, Envision Athens, United Way, to make sure that we get all the data we need to serve our schools and serve our students. So these are just a few examples, some inputs. I'm actually in the midst of attending a conference this week. It's a 4-day National Family and Community Engagement Conference. And most of the conference has been focused on community schools. Our current federal administration, as well as during the Obama administration, really praised community schools as being an answer to comprehensive school reform. And so some of the inputs I heard today in one of the breakout sessions that were really exciting to me was not just school-based health clinics, which, as you all know, we have a fantastic one in partnership with the Athens Neighborhood Health Clinic at Hillsman Middle School. I believe I heard we're looking at maybe potentially having another one at one of our other schools, if that's in the plan. But some schools today, as I heard on the conference, have school-based dentist office, psychiatrist office that are funded through those partners to make sure that students don't have to leave school to receive those services. Parents can come to the school after school and receive those services. And so then you're really building up this idea of a community hub. Extended late day learning. One of the things that I think is really powerful about this point is that it's aligned to the academic goals of the school. It's really important that we love our after school programs. Students should have access to enriching, engaging programming. But one of the things we want to focus on is how do we also help our partners who are working within our schools after school align their work with what's happening during the school day. So if we're teaching from one curriculum and a person's coming in and say, hey, we want to help work on literacy, how do we share our resources and say, hey, well, this is the curriculum we use. How can we help train you in all the many acronyms we use in education? And so you see the curriculum we use. So that way, when you're working with kids on reading skills, math skills, you see how we're also teaching them. You can provide that supplemental support. I won't go through the full list, but as you see, GED courses for community members was almost every district that does community schools has some model where parents who can come in and take free GED courses in Spanish and English so they can earn their GED at the school. There's a location provided, technology, because school systems like us tend to have really good Wi-Fi, ESL classes for parents who may not speak English or who are learning English. And then again, all the full gamut that's there at the bottom of the screen. So there's a lot of different ways. And as I said in the beginning, I can't say what exactly every school here in Clark will have, because that's not a Lawrence decision, right? That's supposed to be something that we work with each individual schools, their families, their students, their school administration, their staff, and we do that needs assessment. And the needs assessment happens regularly. If for most people who do have needs assessment, it's not something you do one year and you say, well, this is the needs, right, forever, because kids move on, right? We want them going upwards in grades, which means new students come in. So this is something that has to be done regularly, usually every 2 to 3 years, just to make sure we know what are the needs in that school at that particular time. So I was going to skip my logic model, but again, you'll have a copy of this. I kind of went through the inputs. I won't talk through the logic model because I know I'm supposed to stay brief. But ultimately, I do want to point to that side on the right-hand side is our long-term results. Kids succeed academically, they're healthy, they feel supported, they feel safe. And then our community benefits because strong schools build strong communities. And so if we have a strong schools, we have students who feel like they have been supported through a whole child model, that bleeds out to when they actually graduate and they work in our community. They volunteer, they're civically engaged, they're active, they're working. And so that's ultimately what's on the right-hand side. And then at the bottom, of course, they graduate ready for college, careers, and for citizenship. So what's our next steps? One, to hire a community schools director. One of the things you'll notice probably in a lot of the research, I believe I shared a few months ago, you probably noticed in every plan it says, no community school strategy can work without a director to lead that work. I think someone call them directors, someone call it coordinators, but you need a person who can help blend that strategy together. It can't be something that's just done loosely that we do every now and then. You need someone full-time focused on bringing those partners to the table, focused on reaching out to marginalized populations, people whose voices haven't traditionally been heard. So that's our first step, hire this director. As you see at the top, of course, the current federal administration, if you read the language of the funding, community schools is written throughout almost that entire document. They have really seen through their studies and through the many school systems how effective it can be. I was texting someone yesterday, and it's ironic. Several states have actually now funded at the state level multi-million-dollar grants for districts who are willing to do community schools models because the research has shown that it can be effective, especially to combat the effects of the pandemic on students' mental and social emotional health. So develop a leadership team. It's convened by the director, purposely put convened. It's not led by the director. It's a collaboration. So the director doesn't lead the community leadership team. They collaborate, they convene them together to make sure all voices are heard. We'll have to develop our comprehensive needs assessment, identify who our key stakeholders are, and then train our school-based staff and personnel. And the last word at the bottom is implement. Implement, and then try it again and do it again at another school. So I do want to let you all know where we are. We do have several schools signed up to be in cohort 1. Cohort 1 will kick off this fall. These are I believe it's 8 schools on the left who will be involved in this model. Georgia has actually, the Department of Education has actually adopted a whole child model at the state level. So we are collaborating with that office, the Office of Improving Learning and Improving Health, to build this model out here in Clark County. So we actually meet next week, and we will be meeting with the state coordinator who has basically adopted the National Community Schools Framework for the state of Georgia. They were looking for districts who are interested in community schools and who are willing to partner with the state. And these are the 5 tenets that those schools will be engaged and involved in. So we're really excited to partner with these schools. The schools are really excited to get it off the ground. And so we're looking forward to seeing the positive impacts. And after cohort 1, we'll look forward to cohort 2, and then hopefully cohort 3. And then we will have had the whole district. So this last slide is just a We Are Better Together slide. It just really shows all of the inputs in community schools. I know it's a little bit messy. I have this on my wall in my office. I really appreciate this image because it really shows you how all these different things have to come together, right? Teaching and learning, youth enrichment, family engagement, community development, all these things, social and health supports, all have to come together around the school. And if you notice in front of the school, there's a principal, there's a teacher, staff member, there's a parent holding her child's hand. And then at the top, you see school community gardens, right? Because that's nutritional health. That's part of the community school model. And ultimately, it all leads to college and career for our students. So happy to answer any questions you may have, and hopefully I wasn't too long.
That was not too long, sir, and very informative.
Okay.
Mr. Davis?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Harris.
Absolutely.
You know, the one thing that as you and I have been talking, and can I get closer to you? Oh. Is I'm trying to, you know, one of the problems we had, like for instance, after school programming, you know, is, and we've all been aware of this, that depending on what elementary school we're talking about, let's say, certain after school programming is more rigorous, more opportunities there. And part of what I saw is that the whole process of initiating an after-school program, at least at one time, had to be approved on the district level. Now, I don't know if that's true anymore or not, but there used to be a packet of information that informs that schools would have to fill out. Not schools, but organizations. Let's say if you wanted to offer piano lessons, you know, you'd have a nice packet of forms to fill out, and of course students had to pay for that individually, and it was, so I'm just trying to figure out how do we implement just taking that one piece. I'm not going to focus on the whole thing, but just that one piece of after school programming, which is to me really has had a lot of inequities in the past, big time. How do we take this model of communities and schools, empower the local schools to really run with it and not end up with the same inequities in terms of after school programming that we've always had?
That's a great question. I do want to say community schools, just because you said communities in schools.
It's
gonna take some
I
time.
said community schools, didn't I?
It's fine. It takes
No,
time. It
no,
takes
I
time. It
just
takes
slurred
time.
my words.
No, it's fine.
Community schools.
Yes, there you go. Look, less words. You got to drop the N. So yes, I hear what you're saying. So I've actually met with Dr. Pope. She is our 21st Century Program Manager. I believe she presented at the last joint board and commission meeting. And we actually just met a couple weeks ago. And we've talked about what's the vision for after school programming here in Clark County Schools. And so we've talked about how do we get to a place where we are able to leverage our great community resources, our local nonprofits and civic organizations to offer their program either on site or off site, depending on, you know, if they have facility access. I think that your second part of that question is something that we may need to look back and address. I can't address the packet. I'm assuming that may be intake packet, which probably will be something that we have to continue to do if we need to get information from a vendor to understand, well, who are you serving, what grades, what's your outputs and inputs. I think one of the things we've talked about is we want to make sure we partner with organizations that are high quality, right? We want to make sure that they are aligned to our work. And if they're not quite there, how do we help get them there? So is that through some type of community workshop? One of the things my team and I have talked about are professional learning communities for community organizations, right? How do we bring them together to help them understand the language we speak, the curriculum we use, the things we're looking for in our strategic plan? So there can't be an expectation that they're going to be able to come in and serve our students the way we want them to if we haven't actually provided the support and help to help get them there, to help show them what we're even working on. So I think, can't say that's going to be the answer to all the problems, but I think it's a great start. We will have after school programming this fall, of course, as our students are coming back into the buildings. And so we're working aggressively trying to figure out what does that look like after school? How do we really revitalize what 21st century program or learning centers look like here in Clark? How do we partner with our organizations that provide great programming? I know many of you are familiar with a lot of them. How do we bring them in? But also, how do we coach them to make sure they understand what it is we're looking for? Because enrichment is one part, but it's also enrichment and engagement. We need to kind of have both of those, especially if we're looking to move the numbers in student achievement. So I'm not sure if that answers your question, but I'd also love to talk more about your past experiences. So it's great to understand history so we can move forward. So that could be something we can do.
Yeah, just one follow-up question. I think part of it is the cost, you know, and I don't know to what degree the school district can overcome that. But if I'm going to be teaching trombone and I've got 5 trombones and this is what I'm doing as a part-time job, and I go to one elementary school with my trombones and I get all approved, then I'm probably going to pick a school where I can get reimbursed for those 5 students to some degree. And that's, and I don't know how to overcome that, but it's always a concern of mine about, because some kid whose family cannot support a trombone lesson may, if that opportunity was there, may be life-changing. And so I know there's a limit to what the school system can do, but those are the kinds of, I think if we, again, I think the community can step up and help with that, but it really has to be something that we're really very aware of in terms of the equity issue.
So really briefly, that was something that my predecessor had really worked very diligently on, and I don't know if you all recall, that was even in ensuring that schools that did not have high participation in ASP programs would be able to have ASP services. And some funds were pulled, and I don't know because I wasn't at the district at the time, but there was some shifting of funds to support schools that did not have ASP so that students and families would have that resource. I do know that that has also been a conversation about what other funds are available to support that. I mean, I agree. I had that challenge at J.J. Harris because our families, many of them could not afford what's basically you're talking about is private lessons that are provided at the school within the context of after-school programming. So for families who had kids in after school, rather than them having to take them to percussion classes or dance classes or things of that nature after school, karate, those things were brought in because private vendors came in. I know that we had explored, and I don't know if it was with you or Mr. Gaskins, I'm looking at you, we had some conversations with Ms. McGuire, right? This was before the pandemic, where we had tried to look at some other models of after school that were kind of like privatizing that work. But in those models, those individuals brought some of that unique programming in. So there are options out there where we can look and then look at what funding resources we have to support that. But we started that. I remember there was conversation, Dr. Pope, and
we have, and we've directed some of our partners. So I was just looking one up. So Athens Fest approached us about having an orchestra program. And so we connected them with HB Stroud, because that is a school, as you mentioned, that has some inequities in their after-school programming. So we're trying to be deliberate and intentional about some of those after-school programs that are not as robust because parents can't pay. So the Athens Fest is free to our students. We signed an MOU. Mike approved it. And there's no cost to the students, no cost to the school. I think we might be paying for transportation, but I think we budgeted for that.
That warms my heart.
so much heartwarming today.
You
Ms.
guys,
Davis?
you are batting 100 for me tonight. Thank you so much for that presentation. I can't tell you the number of calls and inquiries I've had about how do we partner with you. And so I keep sending them your way.
I've gotten them.
Good.
I got a lot of meetings set up. Let me tell
And
you.
so what's really important though is I was happy to hear the presentation to understand that the leadership comes from here in terms of directing those efforts. And so I have another one that I'll be sending your way too, because that one is really a group that really is anxious to engage. And so I think that I'm excited about what I heard, and it sounds exactly like what I've shared with people. But I will also tell you that I participate in these calls, some regional calls about funding, and so I know that there is an extreme amount of money still coming toward us that is directed toward marginally served communities in the past, and I hope that we are stepping forward to use those dollars to kind of revolutionize this. I'm excited about the community schools model from the way you've explained it to me. And that's all I've been looking for is how are we doing it? I want to know whose playbook are we following? And so playbook is my new word. So I like the idea of a playbook for the community schools. I like the idea of a playbook for the partners in the community because that is what they are searching for. And so when they call me, I send them to you. I don't know the answers. Looking forward to that documentation coming out.
Keep sending them my way for sure. And I'm looking forward to the playbook as well. And actually that came from the community organization saying, is there a way we can get some type of training on the school system? So we're working on that.
I'm excited about that. Thank you so very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I got a question.
Come back.
Come back.
Come back.
Oh, Ms. Gallagher.
Okay, so I think I got two questions, but my first one is about the data collection that you mentioned, Athens Wellbeing and Envision. So being a person who's worked with both of those on the data collection, the majority of the time we talk to adults collecting that data. Please make a concerted effort to talk to our biggest stakeholders,
The
our
students.
students. And so that wasn't a question. But okay, so I saw the will you there. Now it's a question. Will you, please?
You already know. I'm
Thank
going to be
you.
talking to the students.
And on your list of the schools that are going to participate in cohort 1, are we going to make an effort to make sure that they know it's okay to make big asks? Because I think sometimes schools, like a couple of schools on there, they, it's been my experience that when they talk about things that they need, it comes from a place of a deficit. So if we could encourage them to use their magic wands and come up with things that work best and not think about all the challenges or struggles that they've had in the past. If we could do that.
Will you was the question, but yes, we will.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Are there any additional questions from this side? Ms. Hull, Dr. Anderson, Dr. Dykeman?
I kind of had a comment / question. I had a similar concern as Greg had about the just different levels of resources or different opportunities that are provided at different schools. And I mean, I like the community schools model a lot, but I also feel like it will be difficult to ensure that all of the school, and of course, like the idea is not that every school is going to get the same thing, right? Like that's the idea of community schools. But in terms of a similar level of resources, or even one of the things that I've heard is sometimes, and not that you should get all your information from Facebook, but it is helpful where you hear people say something like, well, I didn't hear that from my school, or where did you hear that? My principal didn't tell us that. So one thing that concerns me is in giving a lot of decision-making and sort of more power to the schools, which is great because they're closest to the students, you lose that ability to push out the same information to everybody and make sure that everybody is getting the same information. And then so that wasn't a question, but I also really liked when you talked about the strong leaders, because it seems like if some principals are more on board with this idea than others, then you're going to get a lot of differences in terms of how this is working in each individual school. And so if some principals are really innovative and go for these big asks, and then they get these really cool things, and then other schools don't do that, then I don't know. It's again not a question, but just kind of a concern.
But a really great point, Dr. Dykeman. That's where the community schools leadership team comes in, or I think I call it a leadership team. They can have whatever name we want to name it. That's where they come in, because that's the accountability check, right? So those are the groups of people who are looking at, and I was actually going to show the needs assessment, but it's a little over 150 questions, and I was limited to 10 minutes tonight. But I do think that exactly what you're saying, that's where that leadership team comes in, and we're constantly, almost every 2 weeks to a month, are reviewing the data, reviewing what is it that this school is getting and having, and what is this school getting, and what is the data saying? Is the data saying this is moving the needle at all? Do we need to access more businesses, work more with the chamber, with the university, Athens Tech? So that's where that data, I mean, this is a data-driven strategy, a lot of data all the time. And so it's exciting. It's a bit, it's a little anxiety driven sometimes, thinking about the amount of work we were going to be putting in to do this, but knowing on the back end how many of our kids are going to receive resources and be successful because we put that work in, I think is worth it. I also want to say, I think the communications piece is also key. We actually was a strategic goal 2.2 is actually around communications, right? And so part of that is redoing our communications audit. How do we look at how do we communicate, not just at the district level, but at the school level? How do we make sure, and I think the board you all have mentioned before, we make sure we share information out in ways that people receive it. So if families are on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, we're sharing information that way. but also our students, right? Our students are our biggest stakeholders. Ms. Gallagher said, how do we make sure our kids know what's going on, what's happening in my school, within my district? So we are looking at that. That's why it's a strategic priority. We're very focused on communications and doing things different than we've done in the past. So I think, I see the Facebook posts. I don't have them, but people screenshot them to me all the time because I don't have a Facebook. But I do see it. And I think if anything, that re-energizes us to say we have to continue to do more. So our communications department is looking at how do we communicate better every day. I'm cutting me
And
off.
no, I'm not cutting you off. I was going to add to what you said. And I think one of the things that Mr. Harris has done an excellent job is trying to streamline is not the word, trying to structure, and while allowing schools to have autonomy, to also have some consistency. And so his work with family engagement today, when we had his one-on-one, he presented to me a schedule for all of next year of PL for family engagement specialists. And so ensuring that they're all receiving that same information. He's doing very similar work with our LSGTs, making sure that we have consistency in the training and information that's being shared across the district. So I think that helps with some of this principal had a great idea, this person might not have thought about it, but when you're able to have those sessions together, you're able to share. So even if it's a family engagement specialist who hears you say, oh, we're doing this at my school, then they go back to their principal and say, like you came back and said, I heard this at this training I've been to this week. Have we thought about doing? So having those consistent, regular, monthly times for all of these different groups to engage in those professional conversations and professional learning with each other will allow for sharing and collaboration on ideas, so that things that you might not have thought about, you can go back, and it may not look the exact same way. You can tweak it for your population. But I've just really been impressed with how you're working to make sure that information is shared with all groups across the district, so that there is opportunity to have some consistency or just sharing of resources and ideas.
Dr. Thomas says, last thing, I'm gonna sit down. We also just shared, and I'm happy to share the link with you, Dr. Thomas. We just shared all the LSGT innovations with all the schools, right? So we wanted them to see, what are other schools doing? How are they using their funds to innovate at the school level? So Dr. Dykeman, I think that's a great way that we're saying, well, what's happening over here at Cedar Shoals High School? What are they doing over at Winterville Elementary? And so our principals receive that folder. We encourage them to share it with their LSGT co-chairs and their members to kind of sift through. It's a lot. I mean, we have 21 schools. They apply for multiple grants, but it's a great way to see, well, I didn't realize they could do that over there. We could use funds in this way to address, literacy or numeracy. So as Dr. Thomas said, we're trying to share information and do cross collaboration, learn from one another, especially in this virtual environment we've been in. So it's, we've had to look at new ways to share information.
So are you going to share those also, the innovation?
I can share it with Dr. Thomas.
Not just with us, but with the public, because you never know who's out there looking to get engaged or bring our resources to the table. So I think it would be really good if we could, again, the more we know about what's happening at each school, the better the community can figure out how to plug in.
We're actually working on the charter system annual report, so you'll see it, photos included. So it's coming out this fall. Look out for it.
That concludes our presentations for tonight.
Awesome.
Well, now we have money. Yes. Then we're in a new section, the important stuff, right?
Yes. Well, thank you so much for all of that information and the hard work that our behavior specialist our team is doing, as well as our community partnership and the work that you're leading, Mr. Harris, as well. We'll move forward to our financial report. 9-1 is the April financial report.
Thank you, Dr. Gant. Just a reminder, this financial report is through April 30th, so that is period 10 of 12. So we've got 2 more months in the fiscal year. At this point, we kind of have a good idea of how the fiscal year is shaping up in terms of the revenue trends and the expenditure trends. And overall, when you look up, you see a lot of green on there, which is good. You can scroll down, Lisa, to the next page. Overall, our cash and fund balance right now, as of April 30th, we are tracking about $7 million over and above where we were at this point last year. And that is due to we added $4.5 million throughout the course of last year. Plus, we've had ongoing savings. You'll see that in our expenditure report. And we've had really strong revenues, mostly due to the governor's FY21 amended budget. So with all those combined, you can see that our cash and fund balance are tracking about $7 million above where we were at this point last year. Okay, you can go to the next page. Here's our statement of revenues. The only point of concern, and I mentioned this last month, and I think the month before, our property taxes. We are sitting at total collections of 98.3% versus 99.5%, and that sounds pretty small, but it really equates to roughly about $700,000, I think, that we had budgeted to receive in property taxes that we probably won't receive. But the good news is we did get the additional $3.6 million of austerity kind of refunded to us, and we're receiving that month after month. So if you look down there, the gold bar, you know, it's above the blue bar, which was last year. And as we go further into this fiscal year, in the next 2 months, it's going to overtake it even further. Okay, you can go to the next. Lisa, could you go back to the financial report, please? There's our expenditures. And if you're looking at year to date, we are just a hair behind where we were at last year. Overall, on the cash flow projections, we're looking at expending roughly $5 million less than we had budgeted in terms of expenditures. So we're strong on revenue. We're saving quite a bit on our expenditure side. So you combine those two, even though we had budgeted $5.5 million in the hole, basically, we're looking at this point adding at least $2.8 million, somewhere in that realm, to the fund balance at the end of the fiscal year. And Lisa, if you go to the next page, you can see that graph down there at the bottom. If you can make that just a little bit larger. The fund balance projection right there at the where we're at right now is looking at adding about $2.8 million or so. And one thing I want to make you guys aware of, whenever we're doing the payroll calendar shift and we're moving back all of the 10-month personnel payroll calendar 1 month, it will add about $1.5 million to this number. And that's just because when we're overlapping their salaries in 1 month, we're only paying health insurance for those employees for 1 month and not 2. So that equates to about another $1.5 million. So on top of the $2.8 million, if you add another 1.5, we're looking at close to $4.3 million that we're going to add to the fund balance at the end of the fiscal year.
I got a question.
Yes.
Okay, so if you go back up, you said we were up 7 million from last year, more than last year?
In terms of how much we have in the bank, our cash and our fund balance, we're sitting at about $7 million more than we were at this point last year.
But that number isn't factored into the 5 million that you mentioned at the bottom.
That additional $7 million, it's a combination of the additional revenue that was brought in, plus the savings and expenditures. So as we get through the year, that gold line will actually deviate a little bit further from the blue line.
So the 7 includes the 1 that you just mentioned, the 1 million.
It does not, no.
Okay.
And that's why I wanted to mention it is right now in all of the analysis and the cash flow projection, I have not adjusted for that $1.5 million just because of, as of April, we weren't 100% certain that we are going to follow through with it. Now we're 99.9% we're following through with it. Our cash flow looks good and looks like we'll have sufficient fund balance to make that happen. And so just letting y'all know that $1.5 million on top of that 2.8 is what we're looking at projecting and adding to our fund balance at the end of the year.
So in the May report, that'll be reflected? Or the
I
June?
believe so. I haven't prepared the May report, but it will be, yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody have any questions before we move on to the supplemental reports?
Just one quick question that you probably have already addressed in the past. So is the district going to be in a position to have to spend a bunch of money that was allotted from the state that they won't be able to use at the end of this fiscal year?
It's really managing your overall fund balance, and the state kind of gives you some guidance there. There used to be a guidance where they didn't want your fund balance to exceed 15% of your overall next year's budgeted expenditures. They've kind of relaxed that quite a bit after the 2008, 2009 crash. And those schools that didn't have a sufficient fund balance, they had to do a lot more furloughs, laying off staff. And so as an auditor, they don't even test that anymore. And so what we've established as a board is the safe kind of the amount we want to keep in our bank account throughout the year as that 15% benchmark. I think what you're asking is if we're adding money to our fund balance each year, at some point it's going to be way more than 15%. It's going to keep rising, right? That's part of the budgeting process. And when we started out the budgeting process, I had made the recommendation to, hey, let's use some of that fund balance and provide the taxpayers with like a one-time tax break and then have to reassess again next fiscal year. But we have another competing priority, which is realigning all of the 10-month personnel payroll. And so doing that and moving all of their pay up 1 month, it's actually going to reduce the amount of cash and fund balance that we have in our bank account at any given time by about $10 to $11 million. So just that one priority, we're utilizing some of that fund balance and it will actually go back down below that 15% mark next year. So really it's just kind of an analysis and each year when you're looking at the fund balance and trying to keep it at or above that 15% mark. Okay.
That's all I had.
Did that answer your question, Dr. Anderson?
I mean, I think it answered my question, but I think my question is probably one that I'm borrowing from my experience working in another state institution where you are allotted money by the state. If you do not spend that money, you lose it. And so you go on a spending spree at the end of the fiscal year and buy all kinds of stuff to drive your balance down to zero so that the state doesn't then penalize you the next year. So that's really where my question was, but it might not be CCSD.
So school district budgets operate differently than the state budget does.
Okay.
If we don't spend it, we don't lose it because the money is in our bank account. Whereas if you're an organization at the state, if you don't fully expend what's allotted to you or encumber it at the end of the year, then they look at that the next year and they readjust your budget and say, hey, you didn't spend it, you don't need it. You're going to get allotted less next year. So it's just a different method of I guess, a completely different perspective because we have our standalone budget where we're somewhat controlling our revenues and our expenditures and just trying to control in a way where we stay around that 15% threshold.
Okay. And you still get the QBE funding, and that's pretty standard. Like
That's correct. You're going to earn that no matter what, and it's based off of your FTE and student population.
Fully understand now. Thank you.
And what you're talking about did used to happen with schools. I don't know how now that Mr. Shinneman is here, but like the allocations that schools would receive from the district, if those weren't used, then the district would take those funds back, and schools would frequently go on a spending spree at the end of the year, like sometimes schools would allocate directly to teachers, different buildings did it different ways, and so the classroom teaching. So it is kind of similar at that level.
And I'd say ideally we encourage them to buy throughout the year, especially when it comes to supplies and stuff. We're allocating money for a current year's ongoing school activity. And unfortunately, what we see is a lot of times that purchasing gets delayed and you get towards the end of the year and you say, hey, I've got all this money left over. Let me go ahead and spend it on supplies. And then they use those supplies the subsequent year. Okay, looking at our supplemental report, if you can zoom in just a little bit for me, Lisa. We have expended our professional legal services budget. We're at $225,000 of our $199,000 budget, so we are quite a bit over. But if you just look, the $92,000 that really pushed us over the edge was not for Hall Booth Smith. It was for a different law firm altogether. And so looking at the Hall Booth Smith legal services, I think it's been pretty conservative this year. Thank you. So I think we've done a good job in terms of budgeting other than the big significant expense that we have. That had to do with the previous superintendent, I believe. Okay. And Lisa, you can scroll on down. We haven't had any board member travel.
We're gonna fix that.
Okay, and then the next document, this is our significant invoices list between 10,000 and 80,000, and that's just for you guys to take a look at when you have a moment. And then also here's our CARES expenditures report through April 30th. We have started spending against our CARES 2, and that's the third one down that you can see. It's a CARES Act ESSER 2 amount. We've spent a little bit more than $1 million, and that had to do with those supplemental payments that we made a couple months ago. Other than that, really what we have budgeted and what we're spending currently is the CARES Act 1 funds. We have $5.79 million budgeted. We've spent 3.5. We have another 260,000 encumbered, and so out of the CARES Act 1 money, we have roughly $2 million that we're still spending down. The CARES 2 money, what we had started spending right there, that was $1 million. The overall budget, I know that it is approved at GDOE. It's roughly $21 million. We just haven't put it into our financial accounting software yet to reflect the revised budget, even though we have started spending down against that grant. Does anybody have any questions about the supplemental reports?
Thank you.
Dr. Gant, Dr. Thomas, I think that concludes my report.
Awesome.
Thank you. All right. We'll move forward with item 10. These are our policies, regulations, and exhibits to be posted 4 weeks for public comment. Dr. Yeager, do you or Ms. Hall have any additional information regarding these?
Well, so all the details were in my report. I can read through those if people want me to, or we can just sort of put up and ask questions, however you want to proceed. I don't know how well you can hear me.
I think if we just have where we can ask questions, looks like that'll be fine. So let's with 10.1 policy BDC.
Yes, ma'am.
Were there any questions for?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Davis.
Yeah, this is something that I've have consistently opposed for years, and I want to point out something that even for the current policy committee meetings that I've had the pleasure to listen to through YouTube. There was a policy GI, which is on child abuse and neglect. And the policy itself is extremely vague. The regulation is very specific. And thanks to the input of the policy committee members, the role of the police on an investigation on the school level was altered in that regulation. Had it not been before the policy committee, that may or may not have happened. Furthermore, I do want to point out that we have other regulations which this board pushed as regulations to back up a very general policy. For instance, GBN, which talks about professional personal termination, simply is very vague, saying that teachers will have fair dismissal rights. But in the regulation, it defines what that means. And that was something that, again, that the board pushed for, because this is what we were hearing from the community, specifically our teaching staff. If you look at DJE, where it talks about purchasing, the regulation has the following language: the provision of internship or employment opportunities for CCSD students will be included as for additional points to local vendors. That was something that this board pushed for, and it became a regulation. So if we pass BDC as written, that will no longer be true for what I just described. And also, by removing it from the policy committee discussions, we're also taking it away from the public being able to look at these regulations before they go into practice. So while I appreciate the policy committee updating policies, this is not one policy that I can support updating.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Any additional feedback or questions for Dr. Yeager?
Well, I guess I just have a question for the general board and maybe Mr. Pruitt as well. In terms of regulations, I know we've talked about this some before. Is it the case that we're not really supposed to approve regulations? I thought that's something that we had talked about before.
System with GSBA or board docs or whatever, the way it's set up, the way everybody else does it, the board sets policy, and the superintendent and staff sets regulations to implement policy.
And so I know in this policy review that's been going on in the last year and a half, a lot of the times we've been removing the language from regulations or removing regulations altogether and putting some of that language into the policy itself. So I don't know if that kind of thing would address your concern, Greg. I understand what you're saying is that some of the things that have been put into the regulations were things that were noticed or found or discussed by the policy committee, and they ended up in the regulation. And you feel that those pieces are important. I just wonder if the distinction between what's policy and what's regulation is really one of the issues.
Yeah. If that question was addressed to me, yeah, I don't have any big to do about the word regulation itself. I'm just saying that things that this board has universally supported, excuse me, specific language, it has fallen into regulation. And so for us to simply say, okay, let's just let's just leave regulation out of any discussion with the policy committee, therefore not allowing it out for public comment. Let's just go ahead and make this change without looking at the ramifications of that. Now, if we wanted to take the full language of the fair dismissal regulation and move it into policy, which is about 4 pages, I would be very happy with that. I would be happy if the important aspects of JGI regulation dealing with the role of the police in investigating child abuse in our buildings, if that became part of policy and not just part of the regulation, yeah, that would, you know, I just have about 4 or 5 instances that I've been noting over the years that the board has said, this is important to us, and the administration has responded by incorporating them in regulation. And there's nothing in here that Dr. Thomas would change. But the problem is that we have to look at what the school system looks like in 15 years. You know, we can't simply base it on individuals who happen to be in this room right now. So yes, in answer to your question, you know, I can give you 4 or 5 examples that I think are critical that this board, previous boards, not all of us now, have said this is important to us, and the central office has responded by making them a part of regulation. So if those moved up to policy, sure.
Okay, thank you.
Greg, can I say something, please?
Go ahead, Dr. Yeager.
So, Greg, there is absolutely nothing preventing us from putting those pieces of important guidelines into policy. We put them in regulations because we had access to the regulations, but there is nothing preventing us from putting those important pieces into policy. And we should leave the regulations for operations, which is what they are. I don't really understand, because we've done it this way in the past, why we have to do it this way in the future. The best practice is to leave the regulations for the how and the operations, and to put the policy and the guidelines for how we want the district to operate in the policy.
Thank you, Dr. Yeager. Ms. Hull, and then we'll check in with others and move forward.
I just agree with that. I just agree with Dr. Yeager through our discussions on the policy committee about making sure that we kind of stay in our lane. Being able to defer to Dr. Thomas and to her cabinet, who have experience in actual being in the classroom, actually delivering what it is we're trying to implement via policy. I think we stay in our lane and we develop policy. We let them know what's important, you know, what we should be doing for our students, for our educators, and then we give them the autonomy and the ability to say, this is how we need to implement what we've been told is important.
Okay, let me check in with others. Do others have any questions or feedback for Dr. Yeager in policy? Dr. Anderson, Dr. Dykeman, Dr. Maddox, Ms. Davis?
I second Dr. Attorney Hull's comments. That's exactly how I understand policy.
Okay, Ms. Gallagher. All right, Mr. Davis, and then after this comment, we'll move forward to 10-2.
Fair enough. Let me just say that if we do what Dr. Yeager said, I don't have a problem with that. But the thing is, we have not reviewed what regulations we are now taking off the table in terms of public discussion, in terms of public review, and in terms of school board review. In other words, we have just simply said all regulations. And then said, well, we can go back and maybe review them afterwards. But I just think that that's a crazy way of doing it. I think we need to review the regulations first, because a lot of these regulations are exactly right. I mean, they're you know, they are things that the board has just just pass whatever the administration, however the wording wants to be. But there are some that we have fought hard for, and they are regulations. And I don't want to be in a situation where, gains that we've made, have, or chipped away without the public knowing it and with the board knowing it. And so I would just like a review of whatever regulations are something that are critical before just throwing the baby without out the bath water. And I want to point out that in terms of regulations, we have been eliminating a lot of regulations, and every department has manuals that we never see, and Lord knows I never want to see. So I mean, it's not like with the school district runs on regulations, because it runs on policy manuals or department manuals. I don't know what they're called, but that tells people, each department, how to operate, and that has nothing to do with us. So I think the regulations in the school district are very haphazard, and they're not, and that's why we've been able to eliminate so many of them, because they're not very well written and they're not very clear, and they don't need to be regulations. But anyway, I'm just telling you why I'm going to vote for it, oppose it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Davis. Ms. Davis, and we'll move forward.
So yeah, your comments did trigger, again, the history. We started out no touching the regs. Then because the regs needed to be updated when we changed the policies, it was bring the regs to the policy committee for review along with the policy. But we never changed the regs. We then left it to the departments, or to each of the departments, yes, to update their regs based on the policies that they were written under. And somehow how we've gone back, I guess, to bringing the regs to the policy committee on some things, and on some things we don't. So I think there's an inconsistency there. And that's probably creating some of our problem here. But the rule has always been regs belong to operations and the policy belongs to the board. And there should be something that mandates regs be reviewed in light of policy changes, which is what I think the work of the district is.
Okay.
Can
All
I
right.
just add something?
Yes.
So I would just add to Greg's point that we have just reviewed all of the regulations. We've been through that process this full year. And when we first discussed this process, we talked about taking reviews off our purview. And I argued strongly that we needed to go through all the regulations first and then altered BDC as we have proposed today. So we did what Greg just said he wanted us to do. We have done it this past year. So, and there's also, I was going to say to Lynn's comment, I think the regs belong to the district and not the board. If we come across in our future years of review that there's something in the reg that shouldn't be there and we really want it in the policy so it doesn't, go away, we can put it in, because every time the district makes a change to the regulation, they're going to inform the policy committee. That's in this policy. If they change a reg, they have to inform the policy committee so that we will now know, oh, okay, well, they're taking something out that we want that is really important. And so we can put it in the policy if we really want it. I don't see any problem, but maybe I'm naive.
Okay. Well, I think everyone has shared who wants to share their thoughts. So we'll move forward with policy 10.2. I'm sorry, item 10.2. And this is policy JGF2, seclusion and restraint. Are there any questions? Is there any feedback for Dr. Yeager or policy? Okay. We'll move forward with item 10.3, and that is policy IFBD, our media centers. Okay. 10.4, and this is regulation IFBD for the previous policy is R1. Any questions or discussion before these are posted up before we take action for these to be posted for public comment? All right. We will move forward to item number 11, and these are policies for, these are policies for discussion and approval by July 1. And so if you notice, this is sort of a special category because some of these policies are, we haven't necessarily talked about in policy. So Dr. Yeager, if you want to give an overview, you or Ms. Hall.
So I can give a brief overview. I provided a long list in my report, but we have to discuss GBIA, which is the Teacher Evaluation Appeals, and recall that we pushed this up previously in April for public comment, and then we got a significant public comment from teachers editing our document to be more in line with what they were hoping for and what they lobbied for with the state to make this rule change. And so I've narrowed their requests or their recommendations down to these 7 or 8 pieces that I put in my report. And I think we should just talk through them one at a time and decide whether we want to follow the recommendation of the teachers union and the teachers, or whether we do not. And I think we just have to take them one at a time to try to be as efficient as we can, if that's all right.
Okay.
And just an overview is that they really want an external reviewer option, so they do not have to stay within the district to be reviewed. And then the other main piece is they want a third level of appeal that involves the board. So those are the 2 big overviews, but I broke it down into these 8 steps. The first step is some word changes that the district human resources was really unhappy with because it makes the whole thing very legalistic, and changing words like basis to allegation and received to hearing, more like a hearing. So I guess we could discuss whether we agree that we want to keep it congenial or whether we want to take the legalistic language that the teachers recommend.
So has that feedback been reviewed with HR? Or are they seeing it for the first time too?
No, HR came to our policy committee meeting and made a recommendation not to follow any of the teachers' recommendations. If Dr. Blankenship is there,
okay,
she maybe could speak better than I could to what their opinion of these recommendations are, requests are.
Yes, and she is here, and we've talked about this a good bit this week just because we've been following what other school districts are doing, and also the recommendation of the initial policy is what was shared by Georgia School Boards Association as their recommendation. But the feedback that we got was from the representative of Georgia Association of Educators, and then we do still have the PAGE group, which is our professional association of Georgia educators, and I don't think we've received the same feedback from them. So, and we aren't unionized in the state of Georgia, so these are associations, but only one of our associations has spoken about this change, and that's GAE, not PAGE. But I'll allow Dr. Blankenship to speak.
So what I would say is that the original policy that we proposed, that was proposed by the Georgia School Boards Association, with the addition of the highlighted portion there or the request of the teacher. So it does give the teacher the option. It's not just at the discretion of the superintendent to ask for that third-party review. It is our recommendation because I personally feel like it allows for the teacher to have the levels of review, except for that third level that's there. And I think I stated in the policy meeting that, that piece does concern me, that it puts the board in an awkward position if that were to continue on to a fair dismissal hearing for some reason. The chances of that is probably highly unlikely. I don't know that we would get many appeals that would rise to that level, because I feel like through this process and what we have done previously that was shared, that most are able to be resolved at that level 1 or level 2. So, the board has to decide how they want to proceed, and we are going to implement the policy that you vote on. I just feel like that policies are meant to be more general, and then like you said before, with the others, the regulations are how we operationalize it. And I think that we could put some more specific language in the a regulation around this, perhaps, but I think in keeping with the spirit of policies being at a broader level, that's generally done so that they speak to this, to withstand the test of time, right? So that you don't have to make a lot of changes every year to all the policies, and you can get in that cycle of reviewing them every 3 to 5 years, because they are able to withstand that test.
And your recommendation that you met with the group still allow for a third-party evaluation?
It does allow for a third-party evaluator. The original policy that was presented doesn't have that third level of appeal. So, but it does allow for the third-party the outside evaluator. And I know Dr. Thomason and I have brainstormed, who could serve in that role. And certainly there's many people in our area that we could draw. We could draw on independent, objective individuals at RESA that are trained in our evaluation process. And I'm certain that there are others out there. And of course, it would be mutually agreed upon by the teacher and the superintendent.
Quick question, what will be mutually agreed upon? The person?
The third-party administrator.
Okay. So that was what I put as number 5 in my report, to allow for the mutually agreed upon language that was suggested. So it sounds like you're okay with that.
I would be okay with that, but I think this, it's certainly the board's decision.
I've already said in my comments, if I can chime in on that one, remember my comment was, what if you can't have mutual agreement? It's all, you and I like those every day, you have to have some kind of backup.
That is a great point, Mr. Pruitt. I mean,
I couldn't hear that. I'm sorry. Could someone restate that?
You could potentially have a situation where you can't mutually agree upon a third party. So then what?
And does the third party have some decision-making authority? Are they like an arbitrator, or what is I don't understand.
Third party would be one to do an evaluation.
The third party is, so if the teacher is dissatisfied with the principal's response, then it goes to someone at the district level that's designated by the superintendent to review. And we talked about one possibility would be principal supervisors that are not the direct supervisor of that school. So for instance, if Dr. Crossland is the supervisor of the secondary schools, then he may review a complaint from on an evaluation from an elementary school, and vice versa. So, you know, we could make sure that there's no inherent bias involved in that. That's just one possibility, but that would be the superintendent's designee. But if the teacher or the superintendent felt like it would be better to have a third party to review that, then they could mutually agree on a third party to review that. If there was some I can't think of a reason off the top of my head right now that would make it so that you would want to choose a third party right away, other than you know, the person that's a superintendent has designated. But you know, there could be something.
It just dropped out. Hello?
We hear you. We hear you.
Okay, I couldn't hear the last 10 seconds. I'm sorry. So without spending another hour on this, can we come to some decision about some of these edits that sound like they're okay with HR, and the some that are not, or at least the some that need further discussion? I hate to spend the whole night on this one policy. It's very important to teachers, so I want to give it as thorough of a look as we can, but we do have a time deadline. We have to get this approved by July 1st.
I just had a question about this. So this is a new policy, completely new policy?
Yes.
Is that okay?
Brand
And
new.
prior to this, was there a teacher evaluation appeals process?
So prior to this year, I feel like that might be me. Prior to this year, teachers could only contest the evaluation process, that something had gone wrong within the process. Maybe they didn't get their evaluation feedback returned to them within the proper number of days. That could be, or maybe they didn't get a mid-year conference when they should have. So those might be, the process is what could be grieved. And now with the new legislation, they can also grieve the summative rating if they have received their fourth contract. So this is for tenured teachers. Mr. Pruitt, correct me if I've left anything out.
So if you're not tenured, you don't even get to do this?
That's correct.
Okay.
So one of the concerns raised that I received, I'm sure we're all looking at it. It says that we've already had, the teachers said we already have the opportunity to put our complaints on records. We upload rebuttals and artifacts. The problem is that we haven't been able to use the rebuttal and artifacts to file an official grievance appeal to someone who has oversight over the evaluator and can compel a correction in the evaluation comments and ratings. How would that be addressed, or how is that being addressed?
So that's what this policy addresses. That's what the law addresses. It's not been able to be done because it was not legal to do that. The only piece that they could file a grievance on was the process, not evidence, not ratings.
This policy and law allows them to now read the content, not just the policy.
Right.
Correct, but the policy that, or the discussion that we had in our policy committee meeting, you're saying that the superintendent's designee would be reviewing the rebuttals and the evidence and will have the authority to compel a correction of an evaluation.
If they believe that it's an incorrect rating,
Okay.
or if there's something wrong with it. And I would say that that does happen as a principal, and I'm giving my personal experience, but I know that it has happened with other principals as well. When a teacher, you give a rating based on the evidence, the preponderance of evidence and the consistency of practice that you have observed. And it's based on just that. But the teacher presents evidence, uploads documentation, or provides other pieces of evidence that show otherwise, you have the ability to go in and adjust that rating. And I've done that on occasion, and I know other of my colleagues have too. So it does happen. It may not happen in cases where teachers feel like it should happen and the principal feels like it shouldn't. And so that's what this policy addresses.
Sorry. So you, the district, Dr. Thomas, Dr. Blankenship, will be comfortable giving that authority to compel a correction to a neutral third party?
Yeah, that's
It would-
already in it. That's what that third party is. I mean,
Right.
the only thing that's changed is.
But I mean, outside of the,
agreeable thing, but- Yeah,
oh, okay.
yeah, that's already in here. I mean, so this, whether it's in-house or a third party.
Mm-hmm.
Because, HR staff agreed to warranty request for teachers, so the teacher can compel that, and it could be some outside person, and that's the Court of Appeals. I mean, they change the decision, they change the evaluation.
So our hope would be that we could handle it in-house. I would remind you though that the third party would need to be a qualified third party. So they would need to be trained in the evaluation system, and I, in my opinion, should have extensive experience in it.
So,
So
I'm
is
sorry. I just want to be clear now. So by law, the third party would be someone that is not in the chain of command, who is outside HR.
No, so the law is,
Because that wasn't my reading.
an appeal hearing may be conducted by an independent third party or by an administrator in the system office. So, so the law said, whether it would be outside, send somebody outside the system is purely the superintendent's discretion. Somewhere along the line, early on, I think the policy committee asked, let's add the teacher can compel that too, and nobody complained about that. That's it there.
Right.
Okay, so the teacher could say, I want a third party who is outside the chain of HR.
Right.
Is that, Nicole, is that what's in the policy?
They want that third party option.
Yeah, scroll down just a little bit.
So that doesn't seem to be an issue with anybody though, right? I mean, that seems like everybody's in agreement with that. Okay. What are things we're not in agreement about? Okay.
So can we talk about the third level a little bit? Would
Sure.
it be possible to leave a third level option in there? That sentence that says, in the event that the educator is dissatisfied with the decision, can we leave that in there and then take out the next two paragraphs that they requested and work out our own system that's legally sustainable or legally correct so that we don't interfere? So we got some examples sent to us today from the same teacher saying that they don't think there's a conflict. And that's all legal stuff that I'm not clear on. So I think we need to work out the process, but I don't think we need to throw the baby out with the bathwater and throw out the possibility of having a third level of appeal to the board.
Well, if we get a
Am I
third
wrong
level
about
appeal,
that?
if we get a third level appeal before termination, I guess, when is it that the board is compelled to have hearings on teachers? It's on teachers' dismissals, right? So if it ends in a dismissal, the board is compelled to do a hearing on that. Are we going to then have a different view from what we had when we saw it in appeal before it got to that point?
Right. That's my concern.
Because it already comes to the board at the point of dismissal. So if it's come to the board before dismissal, then it comes back to the same group at dismissal.
That's confusing for me, but okay.
But let me,
So the board, if a teacher is a tenured teacher is dismissed, and correct me if I'm saying this wrong, they have the right to file an appeal with the Board of Education.
They have the right to due process for a hearing.
Because of their termination.
Right.
If we add this in, then they come to you all before termination, but then they would come back to the same body after termination, which is the issue that we
Yes.
had with, right?
Yeah, no, you are. I don't want it to seem that we would, that an evaluation would be the cause for termination.
Right.
That is not the case. But it could put you in an awkward position if you have someone that has gone to a third level of an evaluation appeal, and then the next year they're being non-renewed for something totally different, but they're being non-renewed, and they request a hearing, then it's put you in a position to have to hear on two cases, and that gives you some knowledge about that individual that may or may not be appropriate for that particular dismissal case. That's all I'm saying. Is it?
Yeah. I mean, practically speaking, it's enough relationship that every spring, you just can't hear it, I know you did it. Jackson County.
That's right.
Every spring, we argue our principles and say, no, we're not, the superintendent is not going to recommend termination of this teacher because you don't have a pattern of evaluations where you have shown she has told this teacher what he or she needs to do wrong, needs to do to improve, and given them the opportunity to do it, and they fail. That's what we need before we're going to ask the board to terminate this teacher. That's where it comes together.
And that you have given them the opportunity to improve, and they haven't. Because the purpose of evaluation should be professional growth and improvement. Not I gotcha.
can I just point out that, we are, as a board, involved in student disciplinary hearings. And there's nothing in the process that says, once you hear a disciplinary hearing from student A, then you can never hear another disciplinary hearing appeal from student A. I mean, so if we are going to go on the basis of we know too much information, and so therefore that's the reason for us not to be involved at this stage, because we will have too much information a year or 2 or 3 years later. I can't really buy that, because that would, I mean, we do it all the time with we can with student disciplinary hearings. Now, a lot of these board members have never sat on appeals for student hearings, but when you are involved in a appeal of a student disciplinary action as a board member, you are confined to the information that is provided to you. I mean, it's like it's the same thing at any type of judge. That we are ethically bound to go by what's there, not, oh, I know your mama, so I know you're a good kid, so I'm going to give you a pass. It's what's ever presented, in this case, by the student hearing officer. So I just don't think that that's a valid reason for this board to decide to obligate, that's not the right word, to step away from being in, our responsibility as board members.
Well, teacher evaluation is not our responsibility.
It is if in an appeal process, because with the state says there have been problems in the past, because teachers have not had due process and so it, you
So
know.
is the board a part of this third party?
I'm
They
talking about where
wanted
the
to
law
be.
came about. The law came
Oh,
about
okay.
because there are problems in the system.
I believe that.
Okay, so what we like to do is make sure that if there is a problem in the system, that we as a board, you know, are carrying out a response. It may be beyond what other school districts are doing, but that just because other school districts are doing it differently doesn't make it right or wrong if we do it differently.
I had one thing and now I have two based
Okay,
on
well,
what
Dr.
Linda said.
Dykeman and Ms. Hull, and then Dr. Yeager, well, Ms. Davis, did you? Okay, then we probably need to figure out what we're going to do.
Okay. I was just going to give kind of like a general statement about how I feel like I think that a lot of that this whole process can not just protect the teachers, but protect the district also. So if the teachers feel like it's a fair process and that they have these avenues to appeal and get themselves heard, then that makes people feel like it's a more fair process in terms of the evaluation. So I understand that this third level of appeal may be something that like other people aren't doing. I don't have a particular problem with the third level of appeal. I actually don't think that it would be, I don't know that it would happen all that often. So that was going to be my original statement, that I would support this. But then when Linda just said, is this something, a decision the board should get involved with, then I started to wonder about that, because what Dr. Blankenship said in terms of the first level of appeal is that they would need to or would want to have this third party person be somebody who was trained in the system and had knowledge of evaluations and the types of things that would be in evaluations. Then that made me think that maybe, like, I don't mind the third level, but I don't know that the board has that kind of knowledge to be able to make that kind of decision. So I had both sides.
So first, to make Mr. Davis laugh, I never sat in the student disciplinary appeal because I always won my cases. But here's where I am and here's what I'm struggling with, because I recognize that there have been problems in our system, right? I haven't had a slew of emails, but I understand there have been some problems with how teachers feel treated. So I want to acknowledge that. But when I think about the children, and I know that every teacher is not perfect and needs room for growth, we're going to have an evaluation that's going to be reviewed by the superintendent, a designee, or a third party. If that evaluation still stands, there probably is something there that needs to be addressed. So why would we get involved at the evaluation level when we have heard that that is not going to be the significant part of a termination? Why would we get involved? If I'm thinking about our kids and there's been a process for a teacher to submit evidence, not just once, but twice, that should be enough to me. That should reveal anything that has not been revealed prior to it coming to the board. And I do think it puts us in a very precarious situation to hear this information, to know that maybe now we've helped it to be more contentious because it's been presented to us. And if there is a termination down the line, now we're reviewing it again. So I want to give some deference and some respect to our superintendent and the cabinet that she chooses, and put some faith in their ability to conduct sufficient evaluations, knowing that the law will also give teachers the ability to have that due process to have it evaluated.
Could I ask for one point of clarity on this? So if this level of appeal, this third level of appeal that we're talking about, it's not necessarily dealing with a bad evaluation that leads to termination. It could just be dealing with a bad evaluation, correct? So it's not necessarily that this board is intervening or stepping into a process that does always lead to termination. I think what the teachers group is asking for, association. I think what the Teachers Association is asking for is that this process sort of play itself out in a more, I hate to say in a more public way, but that there's accountability on the district's end, and that accountability may not happen if it's happening inside of the district's walls. And so I truly do value that as a school district, if our strategic goal 3 is to nurture the teacher and staff experience and have a climate that's welcoming, that if the teachers are asking for this, then perhaps it's not a terrible idea to comply. It's not causing a lot of work on our end. It's probably not going to happen very often. And it seems to me that they just want more transparency in this evaluation process when it goes south, and maybe they feel as though they're not being heard fully. I don't see the problem in that.
So my only add would be that I think that's the benefit of an independent third party who's
Right.
trained in doing evaluations. Because I go back to what Attorney Cole said, what is the, and this is no disrespect to you all, but have you been teach trained? Have you gone through the process of knowing what to look for in an evaluation? So that would be equivalent to me providing a second opinion on the radiologist reading of my test. It doesn't look big, but is a 2 centimeter cyst a problem? Or is it an 8 centimeter? That's not my area of expertise. So if we have a third party evaluator who is trained in doing evaluations, I think that provides what you're talking about, is someone outside of the district with more transparency, but who is trained in doing teacher keys evaluation system and trained in being in classrooms and knowing what those instructional strategies look like versus a layperson who may not have that same level of knowledge. So I'm in agreement that, and I think we all are, that a third party is definitely something that is warranted and is reasonable, but I don't know if I would want to even be the person in the position of making that decision without that level of professional knowledge.
And I'll be brief. I'm sorry, Mike. But sorry, Greg. But I think that's where I'm coming from. When I think about this level, I'm comparing it to court, and I'm comparing it to the Court of Appeals, or Supreme Court. And I don't think, at least Nicole doesn't have enough knowledge to know what a proper evaluation looks like, what an accurate evaluation looks like. So I would be deferring to the district to tell me, what is this method? What did you mean? Why didn't they do that? And if that's what we're going to be doing, why aren't we trusting the district in the first place? I know most of you, I don't know how many I would feel would be qualified to do that. But yeah, that's my piece. And thank you, because that put it together as to why I was leaning to, we wouldn't be the best people to
Can
do
I
that
add
evaluation.
one piece too? Is I understand that teachers may feel frustrated because there are problems that we all acknowledge, and they may not feel like their voice has been heard in the evaluation process. So those are things that are on me as the person who is responsible for our evaluation process to make sure that I deal with. And I want them to feel heard. I would remind us all that we've not had this ability for them to be heard with even these first 2 levels of review.
Mm-hmm.
And so it might behoove us to consider putting the policy in place with the first 2 levels. And if we see that there is an issue, then we can always revise the policy to add the 3rd level. In my opinion, I just feel like those first two levels are going to be sufficient. But we've not had this opportunity for teachers to have that voice and to have this process available to them. So let's put it in place and give them the opportunity to then see how we can address their concerns.
Okay.
I really struggle with this.
Dr. Yeager, yeah, after Dr. Maddox and then Mr. Davis, Dr. Yeager, or was your comment specifically to Dr. Blankenship?
Well, my comment was to both Ms. Hall and Dr. Blankenship. I would just like to say that the buck stops with the board. I mean, we may not be perfect, but we are the ultimately responsible. And so having this third tier is where the buck stops is I think required to make sure that everything happens, that it doesn't have to get to us, right? If the processes along the way, they know that ultimately it could land in the board's lap, they're going to do it right. And it's not that I don't have complete faith in Dr. Blankenship and Dr. Thomas and the process as it is right now and how they're going to handle this, but ultimately the buck stops with us. And so I don't think we can step away from this and say we aren't qualified. We are elected officials and we have to take responsibility. And that's all I'll say right now.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Yeager. Dr. Maddox and then Mr. Davis and then Ms. Davis.
Well, I'll just make it short. Ditto Dr. Anderson, ditto Dr. Yeager. You know, I do struggle with this, but it's about accountability, integrity, trust, and our responsibility as board members. And I do believe that, as Dr. Yeager mentioned, if this system is in place, we would see less of that, if any, because that point of accountability is there. And we are board members. I don't know a lot. I've had to learn everything that we do every week. So it's not about our learning curve. It's about we have to step up to the plate as board members to do what our role is to, in terms of making sure that things are fair and that there's integrity throughout the system. There's a lot of great, but there's some not great, and so I agree with the both of them.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Maddox. Mr. Davis?
I've been in education 31 years. And I have been the recipient of two poor evaluations that I think were wrong. Okay, that was my opinion. It was bogus. There was no appeal process at all, and I certainly have full confidence in the human resources department we have now. 100%. I can't vouch for 15 years from now. And the fact is, we're going to have teachers 15 years from now. If you're going to stay in your position, and if Meredith was going to stay in her position for the next 100 years, I say,
Not likely.
yeah, not likely. Now, in terms of so I know what it's like to be K-12 and to get poor evaluations and have consequences for that and having no recourse whatsoever. And I don't trust just stopping before the board. With the second thing I want to say, which I think is even more important, is in terms of us being involved. I mean, first off, we do make decisions on whether or not students are expelled from school or not. Okay, we are the ultimate arbitrators of that. Now, we could argue, what do we know? We're just in different walks of life. We should not be in that situation to decide whether a child should lose their year of education or not. But we are. And I don't hear anyone saying that we shouldn't be, okay? We deal with what's presented to us. Now, I was on a termination hearing that I got written up for by a previous superintendent because I refused to make a decision because I didn't feel like I had enough information. But by state law, I was obligated to take whatever was given to me by the central administration and make a ruling whether or not I thought the teacher should be terminated or not. And so you end up with, I mean, no, we're not experts on teaks and leaks and all this kind of thing. Just like I wasn't an expert on what this teacher was being fired for. But state law says I'm responsible for making that decision, or at least under the fair dismissal, under our policy. I'm sorry, under our policy, I was in a situation where I was obligated to make a decision whether or not that teacher was terminated, and I couldn't ask for more information. I was given the information that I was given. So, again, I just say being a board member, we just cannot shove away our responsibilities to be in some capacity kind of an ultimate arbitrator on these issues.
Yes.
Where's Mr. Harris? Time me, Mr. Harris. As we always say, we're going to make it work with whatever you all choose to do. I do want us to, I feel like I'm always advocating for administrators, and I don't mean to just do that, because I've received evaluations that I did not agree with 100% either, and I think that has probably happened to all of us. I think there are situations where people receive unfair evaluations. I do just want to go on record as saying that, and I feel like I say it every month, and I'm sorry, I just ask us to be cautious and not being deficit-minded when it comes to all administrators. And I know as a building leader, there have been times when there were people I did not feel were good for children, and I heard it from my colleagues all the time, and the perception was there's no need in taking it to the board because as a leader, you don't stand a chance. So when we look out for children, I just want us to be sure that when we are doing this, we're looking at both sides and recognizing that fault and mistakes and lack of perfection happens with teachers and it happens with leaders, and we have leaders that err. And as Attorney Hull said, we have some teachers that aren't always good for children. So I just ask, I know that sometimes the negative effect can be that principals keep people in their buildings that they feel are not good for children because they also don't feel they'll be supported. So we don't have a GAE or a page for leaders. And our leaders, I think, are just as afraid. So we talk a lot of times, I'm over my 30 seconds. I'm gonna shut up, Mr. Harris. But a lot of times leaders aren't going to come and have this conversation because they don't have the same protection that teachers have. Our leaders don't have tenure. They don't have, so if they come and say the wrong thing, they could easily be gone with no protection. They have no guarantee of job security. So I just ask that whatever we do, if we put this in place, that we not approach everything from a lens of the leader is always the one wrong, because I don't want people working with our children who don't care about our children, who are not committed to our children. And it breaks my heart when I hear leaders say, I just have to try to hide them and keep them as far away from because I don't feel like I'm going to be supported by the board. And that is regular conversation as well. And no one's ever going to come say that. And so, because they don't get the protection, they don't get the voice that many of our teachers get. So I just ask that whatever we do, we can have however many layers, everyone can evaluate, it's fine with me, but I just ask that we try to stay objective in the decisions we make. And that was 3 minutes and not 30 seconds.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas. Ms. Davis?
And so I appreciate the comments that have been made, and I keep my life pretty simple. Our job is governance, and we hire the superintendent to make those decisions for operations. And for us to start hearing appeals of her subordinates is absolutely, to me, overstepping our role into operations. The person that comes to this board on a termination hearing is no longer an employee. And so that's a whole different ballgame. They don't have a supervisor to go back to. I feel very strongly that the third level of appeal is fine as long as we, again, leave the operations of the district in the hands of the person that we hired to run the district.
All right. So it sounds like there are a variety of different opinions, but I do think we probably need to move forward. And it looks like this policy that is here, the GBIA, Dr. Yeager, I know you sent us the information, but what is here also in our board docs is what is being proposed to be put forward. Dr. Blankenship and Dr. Thomas, is that what I'm?
Yes, I think
Okay.
that's correct. Yes.
All right. And so I guess at this point, it'll just be a matter of taking a vote and seeing where it falls.
We are responding to the public comment in this process. So we are allowed to amend or change the policy from what it was when we put it up for public comment. That's what this whole month has been about, is trying to find what does the new policy look like. So we don't have to put it up as is, as it was put up for public comment.
Right.
That's already happened.
Well, but it sounds like there are competing views. And so at some point, something has to be put up and a vote has to be taken. And so whether this is put forth for a vote or if that third layer is added, at some point, I think what I'm hearing is that it's still, people are still in different places, probably two different places with this. And so,
I heard agreement on one thing, the second one we didn't.
Steps. I think we're only arguing about one of the 8 steps.
Right.
okay, so,
Maybe we should vote on her steps, the steps, and then we can see what we have left in the policy.
okay. So Dr. Yeager, then what's next?
So I would propose that we accept the changes from the teacher's public comment, except for if we really don't want to even go to this third layer, we delete the last 3 blue paragraphs, but the rest of the changes that they recommended we keep. The alternative would be to include that first blue paragraph that mentions the that mentions the third layer, but then let the district work out the details in a regulation rather than incorporate their 2 paragraphs of blue. So I have sort of 3 options. One is to leave it out altogether. The other is to incorporate it fully. And then the third option is to just take the first sentence, which is that there will be a third level, and then let the district work out the details.
So we take out that sentence, that part of that first sentence that says the educator may file an appeal to the local board of education, or is that what we're voting on? Because I think that's the only point of contention right now.
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand.
Can you say that again, Ms. Davis?
I think,
I was saying, I think we would delete, from what I understand, Dr. Yeager was saying we would delete the last 3 paragraphs that were added. So it would start with in the event the educator is dissatisfied, and delete that paragraph and the subsequent 2 paragraphs, if I heard Dr. Yeager correctly.
Okay.
The last 2? Okay, last 2 paragraphs. I thought she said 3.
Oh, God.
Oh, you did that.
So,
Can you use your mic, Dr. Anderson?
She said there are 3 options. The first option is to delete all 3 of those paragraphs so that there is no third stage.
Mhm.
The second option is to delete the last 2 paragraphs so that there is a third stage, but there's very loose language on how it's going to be implemented, and that can be included in regulations. And then the third was
to delete that very last paragraph and the first paragraph so that the second paragraph is what's there. Was that what you were
That's not
saying,
really the third
Tish?
option. The third option is to leave all three paragraphs as recommended.
Oh, all three. Don't they seem redundant?
Yeah, so we could accept their recommendation fully. We could delete that part of the recommendation fully, or we can leave the first sentence and let the district work out the details.
Okay.
Well, the contention is in the first sentence, the part about an appeal to the local board of education. That's the thing that we've been talking about for the last 20 minutes.
So maybe we can vote on that first.
Yes.
And then
we can go.
Then go
That
from
would be
there.
easier.
Okay, I'm still confused because it seemed like we were agreeing on the third tier, whether it's the Board of Education or not. So
Exactly.
I'm not for deleting that third tier.
Well, that's what the vote should be.
But yeah.
The first vote is.
Yeah, we're not voting. Okay, yeah.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. You just a vote. Yeah.
Okay. We're all gonna make motions.
So can I make a recommendation?
Go ahead.
So I recommend that we change the policy to incorporate all of the changes that they wanted, except for those 3 blue paragraphs, period. And then we can have a friendly amendment to add that sentence if we want, if there's enough people to get it pushed through. We can have, someone can make a friendly amendment to add that first blue paragraph that mentions the local board as the third tier. And that friendly amendment will pass or not pass, but the rest of the policy will be intact.
I can live with that.
I will live with I will make a friendly amendment that we have a third tier, even if they, they decide, what you said earlier. I'm exhausted and I'm done, but I'm good with the third tier. I'll say that. Whether you say Board of Education or not, keeping the third tier. So what you're saying, Dr. Yeager, is sounding like deleting the third tier and keeping just the first 2 layers. And I think what's very important to the teachers, we have to come to a compromise at some point, but I think what's important to the educators is that there is an external third party. They call us, we're not external, but there's a third party. That's very important to the teachers.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes.
If you want a third tier, remove the independent third party from the second level of review and make it the third tier.
Love it. Thank you.
Well, why didn't you say it?
So it would be the first appeal would go to somebody in the district, and then the next level, if that is not satisfactory, the next level would go to an independent.
Right. So
third.
the first, if I'm remembering correctly, because I'm tired too, Dr. Maddox. The first level is if the evaluator is not the principal, the first level of review is the principal. If the evaluator is the principal, the first level of review is the superintendent or the superintendent's designee. Okay. If that review is not sufficient or not acceptable, they want to appeal that, then it would go to another designee of the superintendent. Is that correct? Have I added something?
So does it well, they have to appeal it before it goes anywhere, right?
Right. So it goes to the principal first, then it goes to, if they appeal it, it goes to the superintendent's designee. And then if they appeal that, it would go to the third party in what I'm suggesting.
So they can't appeal to the person who evaluated them?
Well, you can already do that by providing evidence.
Okay, I was curious about that. Okay, I would think you would start there, but okay.
So it's not really 3 tiers, it's really 2.
It depends
Yeah.
on who.
Okay.
In all cases except for when the principal is the evaluator.
But when they start the appeal process, that would go, if the principal was not their evaluator, that would be an appeal to the principal?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the way, if Mike, are you reading it that way? That's the way I was reading it, interpreting it.
The first level of appeal is to the responsible evaluator. If the principal is the responsible evaluator, the principal responds. If the principal is not the responsible evaluator, still goes to the principal. So the first level of appeal is the principal evaluator. First level is the principal. This is, GSBA recommended policy. The second level is either somebody within the system appointed by the superintendent or the third party independent evaluator. That thing I just said, that last sentence, that's the only thing that's in the law. That's required. You gotta have a level of field that's either within the system or a third party evaluator.
So let me ask this, because I like that. If we were to ask the district, Dr. Thomas, to come back to the board with 3, 5, some arbitrary number of independent third parties that they have already agreed to, and they can put it in the policy to say that the teacher would pick from this list, and if there is can it say that the first person on the list will be the default, but if the teacher wants to pick from 1 through 5, the district has already agreed. That way, if there will always be an agreement. Can we do that?
Yeah, but that's what I would
It
propose
just locks
would
out
be.
those people that are emerging into this industry and can't get in because you got it in your policy that these are only 5.
I would propose that that's in your regulation though, because what happens if one of them, God forbid, gets hit by a truck? Then you've got to change your policy again.
Get around that mutual piece, because I could see that never happening. So if we, regulation, exhibit, policy, wherever you want to stick it, we have a list. And it could be some type of process they go through. That gets us to a point where I think we are agreeing, we're protecting our students, we're protecting our teachers, we're protecting our district.
We do have an ombudsman, right? I'm sorry.
How we're giving them lead first, they have due process per the law. That's level protection 1. But then there's 3 separate appellate processes, and they're actually getting to do their own research and determine who they want their third party to be. So I think that is a protection. That's 3 different levels. Yeah, that's a great protection.
What? It's a protection. I'm trying to understand.
So if there's an evaluation,
Okay.
the teacher
By the principal,
disagrees,
they disagree. Okay.
then they go to the superintendent
Okay.
or the designee, and that person is going to evaluate it. They're going to be able to go through due process, submit their evidence, submit whatever they disagree with. And if they don't disagree with the superintendent's recommendation or result, they go through a third party, which is what is in the law, and they have some discretion as to who they select. I think that's a lot of protection.
Who selects the third grouping?
I think the district should. It has to be mutual, so the district is going to have to select people anyway.
With the teacher?
I'm saying have a list of A, B, C, D, E, and F. Have Kroger, Publix, Winn-Dixie, and Piggly Wiggly, and let the teacher decide where they're going to go and shop. It's a predetermined list of people that the district has already agreed to, so that eliminates the step of them having to agree to a third party, an independent third party at the time where they're already kind of contentious.
Okay, I'm going to interject. It's 10:41, and we still have many policies. And so I'm going to recommend that we move forward with something. We're going to have to take a vote, and either it's going to pass or it's not. And if it doesn't, we'll figure out what the next step is. But we do need to move forward. I think the district has heard where people are, and maybe where there may be an opportunity for compromise, even if that, with the levels that are there, particularly the first two, although it sounds like three still with the option. And so, Dr. Yeager, I don't know if I know you're having some trouble hearing us, but we need to move forward. And so I'm going to ask you to move us forward and go to the next policy. And I'm not even exactly sure anymore where that leaves us and what's up there and what's not, but I do know we need to move forward.
Okay, thank you. I'll put together what I think I've heard people say, and I'll try to get with Dr. Blankenship, if that's all right, on Monday, and work something out and present it to the rest of the board. I'm happy to work with the district to try to put something together that we can compromise on.
Okay, yep, that would be great. And again, I mean, I want to encourage us next week. We probably don't need to have this full conversation again. We're probably going to need to just go ahead and take a vote. And so I think that may be the case with some of these other ones too, like that are new. But Dr. Yeager, I'm going to turn the floor back over to you and ask that you move us fairly quickly. I think our capacity is dwindling.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, so there are two new policies that did not come through policy committee, and so we need to move that we have the emergency action of getting them onto the agenda for next week without going through policy committee. Do we need to do that right now, or do we do that next week?
Next week.
Okay, all right, so next week we'll do that. 11.2 is the new, very exciting paid parental leave policy. We must have this policy in place by July 1st, and this was written, I believe, by Dr. Blankenship or Mr. Harris. I don't know where it came from, but maybe they could speak very briefly about why this is what it is. Otherwise, it looked fine to me. If anybody has any concerns, they can reach out.
Okay.
If not,
Okay, Dr.
If not, we can move forward.
I think Dr. Blankenship and Mr. Harris are going to share a brief, or I see a thumbs up. So does that mean?
Mr. Harris is going to stand here in support, and I'm going to give you a 10-second overview because this is really pretty cut and dry.
Okay.
Awesome. We were given sample policy language. This is aligned with our leave policies. And so it's just providing the policy around the 3 weeks paid leave and how that interacts with our current FMLA policy.
Okay.
Okay. So if there are no questions, we can move on to the next one perhaps, which is
I think so. I don't see any hands or mouths moving like they have questions.
Okay, great. So the next one is IDE 1, which is a competitive interscholastic activities. And Mr. Harris put this together. It has to do with who homeschooling kids or home, what's the term? I'm going to let Mr. Harris do it because I'm going to muddle it up.
This policy's effective legislation changes at the state, now allowing home study students to participate in interscholastic and athletic events in public school systems. And so the policy language has been revised to basically reflect that law change. The law does require, or says it's effective July 1, 2021. So we want to bring this policy before you so that way we can update our policies. There are some regulations at the bottom, Ms. Palmer, if you scroll to the bottom, which does show what the requirements are for home study students to make sure that they do submit the proper documentation to the Office of the Superintendent and athletic directors for participation. So it has to be, it's effective July 1. And so this policy has been brought before you so we can get it in place.
All right. Thank you. Next, Dr. Yeager.
So I'm going to make a motion that we move 11.4 to next month. We're not going to get through this tonight in any coherent way. It's too big.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, so with this being a work session, Mr. Pruitt, does that just mean next week we'll take action to delay it or table it? We can just take it off? Okay, all right. So remove that. Wonderful. 12. Yes, Dr. Dykeman said you saved us 45 minutes, probably about 2 hours. Okay, so we'll move forward. These are our policies to be adopted, rescinded, or revisited, or revised, excuse me. We've already talked about all of these since they've been out for public comment. But Dr. Yeager, is there anything else you or policy committee, or Dr. Harris need to add? And are there any questions that came up tonight that were not here for the past 2 months, since we've already seen all of this?
I have heard no questions from anyone since these have been up. There was no public comment. I suggest we just lump them together into one agenda item and vote on them next week.
I concur.
Okay, I
concur.
think people are okay with that. All right, Dr. Yeager, does that conclude your report?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Yeager and Policy Committee. We will move forward to item 13, and these are our personnel recommendations. Item 13.1 is the new job description, and 13.2 is approving the board report that's been provided.
Yes, that's me. I'm like, oh, that's me. New job description is one that Mr. Harris, if you wanted him to speak, but I shared this with Dr. Gant earlier this week. Mr. Alex Borges has done an amazing job with our work with our non-English speakers, but his work has really expanded to more than just providing translation, and he is truly doing more family engagement type work with our non-English speaking families, and has his role has just deepened significantly. So this job description is for 2 assistants for just the translation and interpretation. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did that make your heart warm?
Yes.
Yeah, I say my heart is warm.
I feel warm inside.
There you go. Good job.
Go, move on. Next.
We second that motion. Next.
All right. Okay.
So it's almost like a parapro level, but for interpretation, so that Mr. Borges can really focus on, he's doing newsletters, he's doing Spanish Facebook postings, other community. So he's really expanding, and that's why we've seen like a 210% increase in our engagement from our non-English speaking families. But we also know we still need that basic level of translating and interpretation. So we wanted to hire 2 people just to do that level work, so he can continue with the higher level.
Okay, wonderful.
And in 13.2, my recommendation would be that the board list be approved for next week.
Okay. All right, any questions? Okay, so we'll move forward to item 14, and this is our consent agenda. And just if you want to remove something, let us know and we'll remove it. 14.1, our work session minutes. 14.2, our board meeting minutes. 14.3, the call meeting minutes from May 20th. 14.4, the field trips. 14.5, the career demonstration classrooms. 14.6, the RESA shared services.
Yes.
You want to remove that? Okay, so remove 14.6. And Mr. Davis, if you would follow up with Dr. Thomas with those additional questions, and maybe share them with the board as well, so we can be prepared to take action on that next week.
Dr. Gant, really quickly, so that is not Rutland. Those are our RESA sign language interpreters, deaf and hard of
Oh,
hearing.
okay,
all of
Okay,
those programs.
consent.
All of those that
Okay.
those are just shared by all of the counties where we don't have to have separate occupational
I
therapists.
thought Dr. Blankenship said that something on Rutland was on here.
That's not Rutland, right?
It
No.
says services provided through.
I think
Shared
Dr. Hill
services,
said
there it is there. They are the people that do deaf and hard of hearing, vision, that serve all the schools where it's just easier. We don't have enough students at individual districts, so we work together.
Okay,
You
back on
warm again?
consent.
He's warm.
Back on consent. Okay. 14.7, the FY 2022 budget. Okay. 14.8, the millage rate. All right. 14.9, the design bill services contract for the kitchen, the ELC kitchen. Dr. Yeager, what was that?
Sorry.
Oh, okay. 14.10, the school nutrition paper contract. All right.
Just a question. Did that go, that went out for bid, right?
No, the bill, design bill.
No, I know about the nutrition paper. We're not.
Okay. All right. Yeah, do you need that 14.10 removed, Mr. Davis? Okay. The property and casualty insurance. All right. So all of these, I want to be clear, we're on the same page. All of these.
Are we, do we have local vendors bidding for stuff like that? You don't know? Okay. Okay. I'd like to know if anybody local.
Mr.
Bigger firms, and I don't know if there are two or local we can find.
Okay. And so is that something that the board would be interested in generally knowing? Is that something that, no? Okay. Okay. All right. Well, so Mr. Davis will have that information at some point. Did we do 14.11?
Yes, we're
Right.
actually at number 15.
So all of these are on consent for next week. They are on consent. So
I think you're prolonging.
we will move towards adjournment.
I so move.
Okay, we have 3 motions and 1. Okay. And we are adjourned at 10:55. Thank you so much to our ASL interpreters.
Oh, I forgot they had to be back.
And for cabinet and everybody that remained until almost midnight. This is just